Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back to the Central Committee meeting of Parliament, the Central Committee meeting handling the draft 2025 budget. Some call it budget number 2 for this year, others call it budget 2.0. Whatever the case may be, this is a new draft ordinance that encompasses the budget approved by Parliament in January and inclusive of the amendments as also approved by Parliament in January. We have at length discussed and the government presented its side on why we, following the approval in January, needed to come with a new budget. And the discussion has started on this budget, and members of Parliament were able to pose their questions, and ministers have been appearing in Parliament to respond. As we continue with that in terms of ministers responding, I want to welcome the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs, and his support staff here. The Prime Minister will be the next minister up responding to questions by members of Parliament. However, before I give the Prime Minister the floor, I just wanted to go back briefly to, it was actually a question to myself by MP Doran. In fact, he asked if I would chime in, those were his words, on the topic of providing information to Parliament and the basis of providing information to Parliament. And in addition to that comment by MP Doran earlier, MP Irian and I also had a brief discussion about this matter. And in addition to providing information, refusing information based on a confidentiality clause was also the discussion that took place between MP Irian and myself. How long can it be if we have a confidential document here at Parliament? You know, how long does the confidentiality last, etc., etc. So I want to respond to MP Doran, who asked me if from a parliamentary perspective I could chime in on the topic. And of course the MPs are aware of internally here at Parliament how we treat requested confidential documents. Why do I stress requested? Because we handle documents confidential based on the requestor. Usually a minister of government requesting this, I can share this, but please treat it with confidence and with confidentiality actually. And then we would do so and allow members of Parliament to take note of the documentation. And of course, once you have a document only ter, as we would call it, inzage here as Parliament, you can't leave with a document, you can't take pictures of it. You know, those are just the common practices associated around a document of confidentiality. But I do want to add, however, that, and it is a ongoing process all over the developing world, and that is the open premise of governance. That's a general premise, the open nature of governing and of governance. In governments in particular, it's about openness towards the people and towards the people representatives, as well as information sharing. Those two are fundamental tenets of our democratic system. So when it comes to sharing information with the general public, of course, the government is bound by the law, openbaarheid van bestuur, openness of government, and there are certain exceptions in that law. And I think it would behoove any government or member of government when suggesting that a document be handled with confidentiality, that then those exceptions be looked at and the the request for confidentiality be placed under one of them. It has been common practice that advices, and that was the specific question, can be shared, especially of advisory committees. However, the advice should never be shared in such a fashion that it can be traceable to a person. That too is a general premise of sharing information. And then in the Netherlands, for example, we have seen where the law that our law on openness of government is modeled on, which is their law, the wet openbaarheid van bestuur, has actually been replaced by the wet open overheid. So the WOO. So again, more stressing that information as much as possible should be made public, should be shared so that people can assess information and not all kinds of narratives being developed without being able to have the necessary information at hand. And in that perspective, of course, I would want to make a plug for our parliament that has been looking at all kinds of ways and improvements that we can promote the open parliament. And one of the things that we have been doing in this context is looking at this topic, which is an elemental topic for parliamentarians, that we look at, how we can better improve our information to the public. And it's not only about what we stand here and say, which is sharing information, but also that documentation is attainable, is accessible, is low threshold for people to understand, be it when we make the budget public or whichever one have you. So I just wanted to give that as a note to the questions and queries that live amongst us with respect to that matter. So to the government side, I think when it comes to things like non-disclosure agreements, government should be quite wary in having those agreements and then expecting that there's no responsibility if requested to share the information with the parliament or with members of parliament, because that could become a sticky issue in terms of, can you keep that kind of information from members of parliament, from the parliament in general, without it being labeled one of the exceptional grounds as currently established in our law. Openness of government. So I just thought I would give that for consideration. And as far as the open parliament project of this parliament is concerned, for further deliberations. So, Prime Minister, thank you for the opportunity to go into a slightly different topic, but nevertheless quite important and timely for the Parliament of St. Maarten. And I now invite you, Prime Minister, to make your presentation of answers to members of parliament. Prime Minister Luc Mercelina, you have the floor.
President of Parliament, Secretary General, members of Parliament, those in the tribune, my technical staff, those following in social media, and the people of St. Maarten in general, good evening. As the President of Parliament said, I will go into giving answer to the questions that has been posed to me yesterday. The first question, it comes from MP Lacruz, mold in the building. Last year, I sent 2 letters to the Prime Minister concerning the dire situation with mold in the government building. The first letter was on September the 25th, 2024, and a response was provided on October the 30th, 2024. The plan given seemed in place with testing and inspection, but there were still complaints. The next letter, dated April the 3rd, was sent with a response on April the 22nd, saying no problems with mold. But if there is no mold, why are ministers moving out of the government building or working from home? Answer to this question is regarding the mold in the government building. Government acknowledged these long-standing concerns and have moved forward with a comprehensive environmental action plan, which is already being executed. For clarity's sake, this mold issue is not a mold issue as of May the 3rd, 2024. This mold issue has been an issue for years already in the government building, especially the location in which this government building is constructed on invites for mold, seeing the moist of the soil on which this government building is built, being actually the new Pond Island, the dump being called. To be specific, full servicing of the AC system has been ongoing since 2024. In December 2024, being the last service of 2024, for 2025, service took place in May the 30th, 2025. As such, servicing takes place every 6 months for the air conditioning system of the government building. However, the frequency of the AC servicing has been increased now to every 3 months instead of every 6 months. Secondly, in addition to the servicing of the AC system, deep cleaning takes place now every 6 months. Another mold remediation treatment will be taking place on June the 14th, 2025. This remediation takes place twice per year. Mold culture testing is conducted by the SLS every 6 months. The next cycle for testing is planned for end of June 2025. Routine maintenance, quarterly, there is a cleaning of all vents, air handling units, ventilation fans, and replacement of ceiling tiles where is needed. Every 6 months, a decontamination using chlorine dioxide, ClO2, at 500 ppm, and environmental testing by SLS is followed. We have moved over to a monthly investigation to be carried out with detailed reporting after this decontamination maintenance has been executed. This will allow us to detect if there are any decontamination early on. Every 6 months, deep cleaning takes place of all areas, including workstations, furniture, light fixtures, walls, floors, and high-touched surfaces. Decontamination protocol to eliminate mold and fungal spores, air conditioning systems, exhaust pipes, vents, air handling units, and ventilation fans get the necessary attention. Concerning surface disinfection, all floors, baseboards, and exposed surface are being treated. All other surfaces like walls, desk, flooring, and ceilings are also getting the necessary attention. Concerning water and drainage system, exhaust pipes, kitchens, toilets, face basins, drainage pipes, and all other wide water points are getting the necessary attention. And critical areas, special attention will be given to server rooms, technical spaces, storage spaces, restrooms, kitchens, and basement areas. The objective is to maintain a healthy working environment on an ongoing basis. SLS will conduct the necessary tests after each remediation cycle, and the results will be made available to Parliament upon request. In short, the process is not only planned, it has already begun. We are acting on it, and we will continue to be transparent and thorough as we move forward. I have also shared a memo dated June the 10th, 2025, sent to all civil servants, detailing the aforementioned efforts of government to ensure the safety of the staff. Question number 2 of Mr. MP Lacruz. Who is responsible for the rental of buildings, and can you give elucidation on who sends out contracts and puts them out on bidding? Can the Prime Minister give an outline of that? The Department of Facility Services is responsible for the renting/leasing of buildings on behalf of government departments. When a department submits a request indicating the need to relocate or acquire additional space, it must provide detailed criteria for the required housing. The Department of Facility Services then drafts a lease brief and conducts a true evaluation process, which includes identifying suitable properties, performing due diligence checks, like, for example, background verification, tax registration, conflict of interest assessment, and assessing the market value and condition of the buildings. However, over the years, buildings have been rented without proper consultation with the Department of FZ, the Facility Service. At this particular moment, Facility Service has enforced that the necessary protocols are being adhered to by the various ministries. The organization is currently being informed to adhere to the correct procedure. Inventory of the outstanding challenges with rental property is currently ongoing. Question 3 of MP La Cruz. Which cost-cutting measures were held in the last year? Since taking office in 2024, several cost savings cutting measures were invoked for AZ, such as stopping of rental cars, limiting of vendor purchases and services, for example, stopping of external security services, stopping of random services and purchase of goods or items, and disconnection of unaccounted for water and utility meters, limitations on gas card allowances, and the revised vehicle policy. Coming now to the questions of MP Doran. The first question is feedback on current challenges faced by AZ due to non-ratification of the budget. The answer on this is actually challenges with regards to the non-ratification of the budget are in the area of non-signature to certain decrees in the area of personnel, such as bonuses and gratuities. Secondly, the second question of MP Doran is, MP noticed that there was a meeting of the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. The Prime Minister led the first hurricane preparedness meeting back in May, together with the Office of Disaster Management, with the Fire Chief, Mr. Richardson. Since that meeting, what steps have been taken? Have the shelters been inspected and prepared? Has the staff training been completed? Are supplies in place if we are faced with a storm or some sort of natural disaster? The answer is preparedness meeting included ensuring that all ESFs were requested to provide their state of readiness. Based on such, the necessities were listed, and as such, immediate measures were taken to remedy those needs of the separate ESFs. Shelters have been inspected by VROMI as well as generators. We are awaiting the reports of these inspections. The staff has already been trained. Furthermore, supplies are also in stock. However, in the event of the disaster, supplies will be increased as necessary. Question 3 from MP Doran. Is there any support for vulnerable families? The Office of Disaster Management has been encouraging persons to prepare emergency kits, which is customary to secure their homes, but not everyone can afford that. Is the ministry looking into providing any sort of assistance to families that are struggling to get prepared? MP refers to his tenure and the roof repair project for the vulnerable, including seniors. Is anything of that sort being considered? And if not, what assistance is being considered by the government? The answer is the following. Previously, this was not the case as government did not provide emergency kits. However, given the circumstances, government will look into the possibility of providing additional assistance to vulnerable families. However, government does provide in the emergency response and the recovery phases of disaster to vulnerable families. If there is a disaster, based on the disaster support received in the form of international aid and the reallocation of funds, government, of course, will be able to roll out distribution of goods such as voucher, food program, as well as a possible roof house repair program, similar as was done in 2017 following Irma or following COVID. Question 4 of MP Doran. During MP's tenure, he started a shelter pre-registration program, which basically allows persons who believe that their homes were not fully secured to register in advance so that VSA and all the stakeholders that have to man these shelters would know in terms of what to expect. Is this still active, and is that still being carried out by this current administration? The answer is ESF 7 is responsible for shelter management. As such, information is transmitted to the public prior to the impact. This provides the public with ample time to present to the shelter if needed. Pre-registration is not required as the shelters are open for all in advance of a disaster. Every shelter has a maximum of persons that it can hold. In the event that the maximum is reached, persons are then redirected to a nearby shelter. To date, that has, thank God, not been the case, including counting tourists. Question number 5 of MP Doran. In regard to the vehicle readiness check, in August last year, government were delivered several new vehicles, including fire trucks and ambulances, and other vehicles for the ambulance and fire department. Are all the vehicles up and running? Have they experienced any problem? And is there a maintenance schedule to take place so that they are storm ready in the event that we are hit with a natural disaster? The answer is all vehicles received by the fire department and ambulance department via the NRPB are currently operational. While several units have minor issues under review, these do not compromise their readiness or the department's overall storm preparedness in the event of a natural disaster. There is a maintenance schedule in place for these vehicles. Vehicles are checked every Friday by the technical department, and the new vehicles receive their maintenance based on mileage, while the other vehicles are served every 3 months. Question number 6. On February the 13th, 2025, MP sent a letter to the Prime Minister that sought clarity on the purchasing of vehicles that took place with the NRPB, but also referenced fire ambulance and the Ministry of VROMI. MP only received the response of the Ministry of VROMI on those vehicles, but no response from the Ministry of AZ. MP rehashes the question in hope of getting a response. He repeats the question regarding the fire department and ambulance services. When was the tender process conducted and who won the bid? And what was the total cost of the vehicles? And if you get a price breakdown of each vehicle, how many vehicles were purchased? SUVs and pickups in particular for the fire department, and ambulance by, of course, the ambulance department. No response was received, and MP looks forward to this. MP does not consider this a closed case, as only partially the answers were provided. He will seek contact with the Secretariat Parliament on this. The answer on this is perhaps as an oversight, the letter the MP is referring was sent only to the Minister of VROMI and not to the Minister of General Affairs. However, in response to MP's question, I can inform the MP that in August 2024, the Prime Minister and the NRPB announced the delivery of a new fleet of emergency vehicles for the Sint Maarten Fire and Ambulance Department. The fleet includes 7 specialized command, fire brigade and fire service vehicles and 3 vehicles for the ambulance service. The fire department has obtained 4 Toyota Land Cruisers, 2 Toyota Hilux, and 1 Toyota HSA, whilst the ambulance department has received 3 Toyota Land Cruiser. The total cost of these vehicles is just over $1 million, and they were supplied by Unit Export Limited in local partnership with General Auto Repairs. Question number 7 of MP Doran. MP saw that recently the fire department issued an alert for wildfire due to extreme heat. If a wildfire breaks out in the hills, is anything in place to back up the firefighters, like extra manpower or resources? Or is there a clear response plan? MP would like to know what we are doing as representatives to secure this. The fire department has a well-established strategy that has been effectively used for many years in combating hill fires. This approach is continually reviewed and adapted as needed to ensure optimal response and efficiency. In situations where additional manpower or resources are required, the government of Sint Maarten has a memorandum of understanding in place with the authorities of the French Sint Maarten side. This agreement facilitates mutual assistance between the 2 territories' fires department and allows for coordinated support during emergencies and disasters. This collaborative framework strengthens our overall emergency response capability and ensures the safety and well-being of our community. Question number 8 of MP Doran. When we took office, it seemed that government could not win court cases, but that's changed. Based on his records, MP had about 80% passing rate in terms of winning court cases. He is seeing a rapid decline in winning court cases. What are you doing to secure government's best interest? It seems as though that some of your ministers within the Council of Ministers are purposefully, directly or indirectly, not winning court cases by not providing strong enough arguments. That is the opinion of the MP. Reacting on that, there is no approved policy in the Council of Ministers to lose court cases. However, if an incorrect decision was taken in the past, then that can result in government losing court cases, as some has been lost recently. MP Lewis, first question, can PM give an update on the JIO commercial building case against JIJO, commercial building case against government? That building is currently used to house the National Detective Agency Landsverordening Sint Maarten. It is understood that the former Minister of Justice that owns the building took government to court and won. Also heard that there is a great financial implication on government. MP would like clarity on this matter. The MP understood it is over $500,000. Yes, it is accurate that the government did not prevail in the case. What is currently outstanding is related inter alia to outstanding rental increase dating back to approximately 2017. It's not something from now, but this is playing already since 2017. And this was not previously paid, and now we are getting, of course, an astronomical figure of $500,000 to deal with. However, government intends on appealing the verdict. Considering that this is ongoing litigation, I will refrain from further comments on this matter. Question number 2 from MP Lyndon Lewis. The exam bureau was to be transferred to the former First Caribbean Bank on Kanahita Street. MP understood that this will no longer take place and would like to know what is going on there. How much is government planning to compensate the owners for the interruption of their business? MP understood that there will be some sort of settlement. This property that the MP is referring to was designated for several offices, such as a receiver's office, and then the Department of Exams of the Department of Education was expected to be transferred to the former First Caribbean International Bank premises in town. This dates to 2017. Therefore, this too is not new. However, given these long-standing, outstanding matters, internal discussions are underway to resolve these inherited challenges that we are encountering with our government. MP Otley, question number 1. What is the status update for retroactive payments of the Landsbesluit for firefighters, who alongside the justice workers also play a significant role in our community as well? Is the firefighters' retroactive payment included in this budget? It is important to note, MP Otley, that the new function book came into effect as of March 2025 and does not apply retroactively. Prior to that date, the previous function book remain valid. Any applicable payments will be determined when placement occurs. For clarity's sake, there are no pending retroactive payments on Landsbesluiten. It's not the case. Question number 2, how much will we need to pay these firefighters for 2025? Payments may be due to firefighters once the placements are carried out as per the new function book. However, the specific financial implication for currently employed firefighters can only be accurately determined once the placement process has been fully completed. Question number 3. The Prime Minister made mention of the recommendations from BTP pertaining to the fuel clause, but what are these recommendations specifically? How soon can the people of Sint Maarten have relief? Are these recommendations in line with the suggestions from the motion that MP Otley presented and was passed by most MPs? Something has to be done. Every day there are complaints from the people of Sint Maarten being cut and cannot pay the amount to have the electricity stored. It is urged for the Prime Minister to look at the turnover tax, TOT, as this action is illegal where the turnover tax is being double taxed and even the government is charging it as well. The answer to this is the following. The final report produced by the regulatory authority Curaçao in conjunction with the BTP listed 13 specific recommendations. Briefly, these were, first of all, incorporate the regulation of maximum tariffs for fuels for electricity regulation within the existing regulatory procedure for price regulation of gasoline, diesel, and LPG at present executed by the Minister of TIAT. The second recommendation of the 13 is assign the regulation of tariffs for electricity and water to an independent regulatory body, preferable BTP Sint Maarten, as BTP Sint Maarten is an existing organization already tasked with regulatory oversight on other markets. Suggestion 3, based on existing legal framework to develop policy to embed the aforementioned recommendations in a structured and coherent manner, such policy would serve as the foundation for strengthening regulatory capacity and operational oversight. 4, initiate a regulatory evaluation subsequent to recommendation. 1, the result of which should be the basis for a sustainable supply agreement between SOL and GEB. Fifth recommendation, initiate an assignment to GB based on its electricity concession, mandating GB to develop and submit an optimization plan for the use of different fuels for electricity generation from both an operational and economic perspective. 6, following implementation of recommendations, based on its electricity concession, GB should be tasked to develop and present an integrated resource plan. This would detail the development of the electricity production mix on the longer term, including a transition towards renewable energy sources. 7, request that GB revise the current formula of the fuel clause for electricity based on de verordening elektriciteitsconcessie en prijzenverordening. 8, request GB based on the vordering elektriciteitsconcessie en prijzenvordering to conduct a high-level cost average analysis for the years 2022 to 2024 regarding 1, the fuel expenses in relation to the revenues from the electricity fuel clause, 2, to other allocated operational and capital expenses in relation to the revenues from the electricity base rate. Suggestion 9 is request GB based on de verordening elektriciteitsconcessie en prijzenverordening to initiate and or continue an evaluation of the base rates for electricity and to thereafter conduct an evaluation of the base rates annually by an independent body. 10, request GB based on prijzenverordening to perform a high-level cost coverage analysis for the years 2022 to 2024 regarding the electricity expenses in relation to the revenues from the water fuel clause. 2, the other allocated operational and capital expenses in relation to the revenues from the water base rate. And suggestion number 11 is a request GB based on the prijzenvordering to initiate or continue an evaluation of the base rates of water. It is recommended that this process is followed by annual evaluation of the base rate by an independent body. Suggestion 12 requests GB based on the prijzenverordening to develop and propose an integral change of the tariff structure for portable water. And 13, initiate a timely evaluation of the portable water production model and develop a plan for the future operation in the view of the expiration of the water supply agreement with 7 Seas on February 13, 2027. The recommendations in the report of the RAC and BTP were provided to support the long-term optimization of both the tariff components and the overall tariff structure of GB. In regard to when the people of Sint Maarten can expect relief, based on the findings of the report, on May the 22nd, 2025, a letter was sent from the Prime Minister, being myself, on behalf of the shareholders to the Supervisory Board of Directors of GB, providing them a copy of the report and requesting that they instruct the Managing Board of GB to do 2 things. Here it comes. To correct the identified irregularities in the fuel clause for electricity, which should result in at least a downward correction of the electricity tariff to 6 to 7 cents per kilowatt hour, which would translate to approximately a 19% reduction in the bill fuel clause effective of July 2025 in the billing cycle starting from July 2025. And secondly, follow up on the recommendations in the report and provide feedback no later than the first week of August 2025. Let me be very clear. My letter outlines a reduction of the fuel clause effective of July 2025 billing cycle. I expect the Supervisory Board of Directors of GB to do its utmost to make sure this is realized for the people of Sint Maarten who are in dire need of this relief. And then we go to question number 4 from, I think, MP Otley. During the 2024 budget amendment debate, it was presented where the fuel tankers was also charging the TOT, and looking at the TOT ordinance, the Minister of Finance can create exceptions for any vessel or company that is transporting fuel, which would bring an immediate alleviation to the people of St. Maarten. The costs are being sent on falling on the doorsteps of the consumers. Immediate action needs to be taken while we wait on PTP. The MP statement is noted, and we will take into discussion this matter with the Minister of Finance, because at the end of the day, it's the Minister of Finance that can make a decision on the TOT. Question number 5, budget post number 30. Other goods and services were increased by 400,000 guilders. Why such a drastic increase? What are the plans of this budget post? This increase was already a part of the approved budget of 2025. It's not something new. It has been approved already in January. To provide further elucidation, the consensus of the ministries was to pool the contribution of all ministries under one budget post in order to ensure efficiency. This was done to ensure sufficient budgetary coverage for the distribution of the organization of holiday-related events to show appreciation to the civil servants. Question number 6 from MP Otley. Why is there an increase in salaries for all ministers across the board? This was done in 2025 budget as well, I see. Not sure if the answer was previously provided. The Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, and Minister of Justice increased, but not the one of the Minister of VSA. In discussion with my colleague, Minister of Finance, the Minister of Finance will give answer to this question, but I think that the assumption that is being made here is not correct, but the Minister of Finance will give continuation to this question. I discussed it with her already, and she will come back on it. Question number 7, the mental health master plan. The Minister of VSA said he was not able to get access to this from the NRPB, as they stated that they fall directly under the Prime Minister and that permission needed to be requested by the Minister of VSA. Has Minister VSA reached out to you, Prime Minister, for the document? I would urge, as a member of Parliament, for Prime Minister to request this document and submit it to the Minister of VSA. This document is very important. Or is it that you, as Prime Minister, received it and there is no proper communication? The answer to this, MP Otley, is the following. The NRPB falls directly under the Minister of AZ. All meetings can take place between NRPB and all ministers and ministries, and that is currently taking place too. The moment there is an official correspondence on a topic, it goes as regulated already. It's not that I determine that, but that is the regulation. It goes through the Prime Minister and in copy to all other ministers. So if NRPB informs me as Prime Minister about whatever development or decision that is taking place in the NRPB, they inform me, and they direct the same letter in CC to the other ministers. So there is a very transparent communication from the NRPB to all ministers, but they are in CC. A copy of this document was sent to both my person in this specific topic. It was sent to my person, and also I checked it to the Minister of the VSA in January 2025 in CC. Question number 8, indexation of skills. Is this in the process with the increase of minimum wage during my tenure and Minister Brugge? There are persons under the minimum wage due to having no adjustments for so long. Is this in the pipeline? If so, please indicate such. The answer to this is the indexation of the scales for 2024 and 2025 will officially take effect as of Wednesday, June 11th, 2025. An indexation for 2026 is being prepared and should be in place before start of 2026. Going now to MP York. The first question: Prime Minister had a recruitment trip to the Netherlands, and subsequent there was an article released that stated there were 30 jobs filed through that recruitment drive. MP would like to get an overview of the positions that were filled and also the start dates of the new recruits. Can that be divided per ministry and mention which jobs were filled by the 30 applicants? Out of the 61 eligible applicants, we had in total 96 persons that were interested in this job recruitment action plan that we had. Ultimately, from the 96, 61 candidates did an application. We are now moving forward to fill in 30 critical vacancies that are budget related already. So if we take them in service, the budget is already there to meet our obligation towards them. So from the 61 eligible applicants, 30 vacancies will be filled. So we have the choice out of 61 persons. This is currently ongoing as interviews are taking place. In the meantime, for the Department of, for example, Personnel, as communicated previously, I have ensured the acquiring, as per the end of May, 2 personal advisors and 1 personal officer to their team, which has been finalized already. And for example, for P&O by the Ministry of AZ, 3 new persons are added to the P&O team. For example, now going to the other ministries, you ask about what vacancies are we talking about. Let's go to the Ministry of Finance. There we have, for example, what is open are the medewerker aanslagregeling. It's by the inspection van de Belastingdienst. The other one is hoofdmedewerker aanslagregeling by the Belastingdienst, by the tax office. The other vacancy is hoofdmedewerker financieel beleid by the Ministry of Finance en hoofd van de CNO, Belastingdienst, Controle en Opsporing, that's the CNO. For the Ministry of VSA, there are also a few vacancies, and I'm not mistaken, there are 4 of them. One is the Inspecteur-Generaal, Inspectiedienst. Secondly is the Inspecteur voor Geneesmiddelen, is also van de Inspectiedienst. The third one is Juridisch Beleidsmedewerker, and the fourth one is the JGZ-verpleegkundige for the collective prevention.
Prime Minister
Yes.
Marcelina, if you will allow me to take a moment and find out from MP York the reason for him apparently requesting the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the explanation from the Prime Minister, but it's okay if I get that in writing. He doesn't have to go every ministry. Okay. So once I can get that in writing, I'll be fine.
Point well taken and noted by the Prime Minister. Thank you, MP York.
Okay, thank you. I will skip then a few pages. Question number 2 from MP York is investigation. If someone is pending an investigation, is the government obligated to present the findings to this individual upon completion of the investigation, seeing that they were suspended because of it? Can the minister give some more clarity on that? In accordance with established procedures, any individual who is pending the outcome of an investigation is informed of the findings of the investigation. Question number 3, Department of Foreign Affairs. How many employees did the Department of Foreign Affairs have upon the beginning of your tenure, and how many are now left? The answer is, at the beginning, when I started in office, there were 3 staff members for the Department of DBB, and currently there are 2. One is expected to join in July the 15th, and the other in is in a selection procedure, so hopefully I will be soon back on the 3 that I started with, and there is a 4th one coming. Question number 4, it's about GB. It is understood that there is now a tender as it pertains to the generators, because now there is a question of which brand will be purchased moving forward. What are the options? It has pertains to brands. When will the orders be placed? Who will make this final decision? Is it the Supervisory Board of Directors or the Managerial Board? The answer is the Government of Sint Maarten has requested NVGB to prepare a request for a proposal and a procurement approach for the selection of a vendor. NVGB has informed the government on May the 26th, 2025, that it expects to finalize the request for proposal in July. The government will request NVGB to specify the timeline to understand if there are opportunities to further accelerate the process, recognizing the urgent need for the purchase and subsequent installation of the new generators. In preparation of a fair procurement process, the government cannot publicly discuss brand or prices, as it could hamper the procurement process. This final decision will be made with the Supervisory Board of Directors in consultation with the shareholders. Question number 5. What is the status on the sexual harassment cases that are now pending under the Ministry? Answer, there is one sexual harassment case known to PNO of General Affairs that is in the final stage of investigation at this particular moment. As personnel matters are not for public consumption, I consider this answer for now sufficient. Question number 6. MP requests an overview of the Supervisory Board of Directors of WINER with the appointed dates of the individuals. The following candidates, I think I saw just one in here, is Mr. Jeremy Challenger of the Supervisory Board of Directors member, and he is appointed since February the 17th, 2023. We have Mrs. Joanne Dovale-Meid. She is the chair of the Supervisory Board of Directors, and she is appointed
Prime
since...
Minister, if you indulge, you might save a few pages again, so I look to MP York, who is requesting the floor. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In case it comes up again, any request for overview, writing is fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was right, Prime Minister, so you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Question number 7 from MP York. It was made public that NRPB has $1 million tender to shred tires. MP requests the report where the cost of the shredding machine was explored. There is an ongoing tender process on tire removal on the request of the Ministry of VROMI. This is part of the Emergency Debris Management Project. I informed once more, it's an ongoing tender process on tire removal. That means, as I understood, that once that bidding is out and a company gets the opportunity, they have to remove the tires. And what they do with the tires, if they shred them on the island, or they put them in a container, they bring them to another island to shred, that is all the whole inclusive package of the approach of the bidding. Question number 8. Recent article where the island secured a set of allocated funds for alternative energy. Sint Maarten was allocated a sum of 33 million euro. The previous government was also busy with this, but it was put on hold due to a lack of policies and laws. Seeing the money has now been allocated, what policies are now in place? I think there is a difference in interpretation of the amount that has been allocated in the past, and I will explain why. I think that what you are referring to is the ones that was allocated through the SDE++ envelope from the Netherlands. This envelope is not meant for government, but businesses and NGOs. However, recently in the Energy and Climate Conference in Curaçao that I attended myself, the Minister of Environment indicated that government is putting 150 million available to the 6 islands, and a direct request has to be submitted by the islands to get the opportunity to get a part of this 150 million. Question number 9, seeing that the most prominent choice for alternative energy would be solar, how many certified solar installation companies does the island currently have? This information is not readily available. However, there are registered businesses that operate with their sole purpose as to install, repair, and maintain solar energy systems. Further, there are a few questions that has been posed to me. For example, what are the plans for the use of recently procured funds? Will a permit strictly be required before installing solar panels? Who is legally authorized to install solar panels? How will the quality and accountability for these installers be ensured, etc., etc. Those questions, I remember yesterday, were a series of questions. They all can be answered with, these are all part of the internal discussion that is taking place now, because this is the new future direction of alternative green energy that Country Sint Maarten has to start focusing on. So specific questions about which specific permit is required, etc. These are all part of the future discussion heading forward to renewable energy for Country Sint Maarten. Next question is, what are the official fire safety regulations concerning solar panel? That is also one of the questions that in the future has to be regulated. Question number 10. In 2018, there was a big fiasco about insurance. Government had underinsured its buildings and properties and got an insufficient amount of funds for hurricane damage, where several schools weren't covered. There was much commotion based around the insurance of properties. Has this payment been made? This has been already a few days in the newspaper about prove me if it's paid, where the Prime Minister said it has been approved in the Council of Ministers in December 2024. But okay, I will give answer to the question. To ensure that government is not placed in previous situations post-Hurricane Irma and Maria, and also to ensure timely renewal, government has engaged the SOAB to support the entire process related to public insurances. This includes that of developing the required terms of references, supporting the bidding process and procedure, as well as having the necessary triggers in place related to expiration of insurances. This payment has been made in full. However, I must mention that upon taking office, as in many other cases, payment for insurance was pending. Furthermore, pending was the timely renewal of insurance already in 2024 when I took office. It was not that when I took office in 2024, the months from January to May were already paid. No, they were not paid. As such, the Department of SET was promptly instructed to ensure that a process is in place to renew the insurance that were not timely paid, but to ensure adequate coverage so that the country is not underinsured. In doing so, government involves stakeholders such as SRB to support the drafting of the terms of references that meet standards for insurance of government building. This is, of course, a preventative measure to safeguard government in the event of disaster. In light of such, the government of Sint Maarten in October, I repeat, in October 2024, I just went in office, paid for the first quarter and second quarter of 2024. Well, now we are getting some remarks that we didn't pay for 2025. Well, while I paid in October 2024 for the same insurance that we're talking about now, I'm paying now for the first quarter, quarter number 1, quarter number 2 of January. That means that the months before I took office were not covered and were not paid for by the former government. But okay, thank God we were on top of things. We realized that the things were not paid. I encountered, of course, the fall of my government. We went back to election, and in October, being a dimensionaire cabinet, continued to working for the country, we realized that no coverage was paid for by the former government for 2024. That meant that in October, I have the proof, it was paid for the first half of 2024. Which was remained outstanding from the previous administration, that is all known. Furthermore, it's not only this insurance that in 2024 was not paid. We are encountering, since especially from 2020 till now, we are still getting a lot of unpaid invoices of services that has been rendered to the government, that sometimes as a prime minister I'm getting nervous seeing how many unpaid invoices we are still encountering from the period 2020 to 2024. And thus it's not only the comprehensive insurance of coverage of government building that was not paid last year, especially for the first 6 months, but also other surprises we are encountering every day. But okay, it's about continuity of governance, and we will continue doing what we have to do because of the responsibility of continuity of governance. And thus also the governance insurance is paid for now, and we have approved it, as I said, since December, and it is also paid now. And if I'm not mistaken, it's $2,462,000. It's a lot of money. But okay, we have to still play it safe, and we have to meet our obligations. Coming now to question number 11, policies for the companies. What exactly are the properties insured for? What are the amounts? What were the appraisals? What is the status as it pertains to own risk? Eigen risico, as they say. Can the Prime Minister give a full account to all things that we are insured for? MP York, through the Prime Minister, must I give the total overview of all the sub-items that we are covered for, or I can send them to you too, depending what the President of Parliament would like me to do. I don't know if the Prime Minister, if the President would like to give me permission to send the overview of all the items that the government buildings are insured for, if the MP York agrees with that.
Yes, Prime Minister, to answer your request, yes, if you can send that overview rather than go through it, and that's also based on a previous comment by the MP himself.
Okay.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
You're welcome. And then I'm going to move forward to question number 12. The country has insured itself for disaster through the CRIF. For how much exactly, and what are the terms to receive such funds? Are those funds part of the government disaster calamity fund? We have been insured through the CRIF for $842,000 for tropical cyclone. For earthquake, we have an insurance of $77,641. Excess rainfall, $538,175. The total amount of these policies is a total amount of $1,457,916 US. Once more, 1.457 million. The triggers for the CRIF insurance are based on their model. These insurance policies disburse funds based on impact and loss estimated within a catastrophe risk model without having to wait for a post-event on-site loss assessment. The funds that would be received from a CRIF policy payout are not a part of the government disaster calamity fund. Question number 13. Tender procurement law, moving forward for the country, what is the status on that? Is one being made? There was a lot of commotion as it pertains to the international bids. The MP was told that it was done because Sint Maarten does not have its own tender procurement law. What is the ministry doing on this matter? I discussed this question also with the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance committed to me that she will give answer to this question. Question number 14, what is the status on the function book for the firefighters? How far is it? What is the hold up? And when can they expect it to be completed? Answer, the new function book took effect March 2025. The next question, the first question now of MP Irion is about the big registration, the big law. Is the big law being done by AZ? If so, why is not being done by the relevant minister, which is the Minister of VSA, rather the Minister of AZ? The big legislation is one of the measures under the country package executed by the Temporary Work Organization, the TWO, which General Affairs is responsible for. So the whole project of the TWO falls under the responsibility and the purview of the Prime Minister, the Minister of General Affairs. As such, this measure is being tackled collaboratively with the Ministry of General Affairs and the Ministry of VSA. So because it falls under General Affairs and it's a topic being covered financially by TWO, we are doing it in collaboration with each other between AZ and VSA. Question number 2 from MP Irion, can we have all of the financial statements of the government-owned companies, including the financials of SOG? How updated are we with all of them? You have to realize it is not even 24 hours ago that I got such an impressive question. We are sourcing the information, and this can be provided in writing at a later stage. Once I have received it, we already requested them. MP Jansen-Webster, what is currently going at GB? A lot of elderly are being disconnected. MP got a distressing phone call of an elderly person that could not pay. They cannot even pay enough to get a payment plan. Measures taken during her tenure at GB, she estimated there is room for adjusting in the 8.5% that is billed for the fuel clause for the net losses. It can be significantly reduced, and we can make a big significance for households. Government should ask again and see if we can go after this 8.5% and see if it can be reduced to a more acceptable amount to reduce the fuel clause overall. Reference is made to an article from Mr. Bunkampen in the People's Tribune. Same amount is mentioned by him. The reduction in the fuel clause can happen. The will needs to be there. I agree completely with the Member of Parliament, Mrs. Veronica Jansen-Webster. I appreciate her good heart for the people that are confronting some challenges at this particular moment in our country. And of course, I would like to thank MP Jansen for this suggestion. It is duly noted, and this suggestion will always also be channeled to the relevant stakeholders. And I also advise, once it is known, the report that we recently got from the RAC BTP is also worth reading once it's published. Coming now to MP Roosburg. First question of MP Roosburg is a GB-related matter. What is currently being done and where are we? Will we soon be able to see the light? MP Roosburg. Thank God we are seeing light due to an aggressive intervention of your Prime Minister since the national energy crisis. But, as mentioned previously, based on the findings of the report compiled by RAC and BTP Sint Maarten on the 22nd of May 2025, a letter was sent from the Prime Minister, as I said already, on behalf of the shareholders to the Supervisory Board of Directors of GB, providing them with a copy of the report and requesting that they instruct the Managing Board of GB to do two things. And I will repeat it, to correct the identified irregularities in the fuel clause for electricity, which will result in at least a downward correction of the electricity tariffs of 6 to 7 cents per kilowatt-hour, which would translate in approximately 19% reduction in the bill fuel clause effective of the July 2025 billing cycle. And secondly, to follow up on the recommendations in the report for as far as these concern GB and provide feedback no later than the first week of August 2025. So as shareholder, we have sent this letter giving evident guidelines how we can help our people that are in significant stress now with the high energy prices. And I really think that now we have to bundle our efforts together to make sure that we can really help our poor people that are being confronted with such high energy bills that it's almost impossible for them to pay. Second question of MP Roosburg. Sexual harassment cases, is there a policy other than the policy in place in terms of the Civil Servants Code? Is the Minister looking into making such a policy in regard to sexual harassment? There is, as the MP says already, a general policy, and the Department of Personnel and Organization, PNO, has been instructed by me to work on a specific policy for sexual harassment within the workplace. Question number 3. There was a motion passed in January regarding legislative lawyers. An update was supposed to be given in 6 months, asking the Prime Minister for an update on that motion. As outlined in the motion, it is very difficult to source legislative lawyers. Nevertheless, recruitment is currently ongoing, and perhaps we are now negotiating with, in my enthusiasm, I would like to say 2 now, but I have to be very careful. I don't know, it will crystallize, but we are negotiating with 2. I would once more like to make use of this opportunity for young legal professionals to go the extra mile for legislative law. As you know, MP Roosburg, even in the whole kingdom, there is an enormous deficit on legislative lawyers for the kingdom. So, of course, for St. Maarten, it's the same. For budget 2026, the Department of Legal Affairs has considered including upgrading internal staff to legislative lawyers, so we're busy with that too. Coming now to the MP Westcott Williams. MP requests to provide an update on the answers given to herself and her faction members in the answers of the CC to first budget 2025. Several of those answers refer to things being updated and reports being expected. MP wants to know where we stand right now as per the answers given to the CC questions. There were several sorts of commitments made to questions asked in the first debate budget. Please give further explanation on that. And the following is: the MP requested an update, and in some cases answered were matters concerning motion as approved during the handling of the budget in the first instance. With regards to I think, as government anything to do, if I'm not mistaken, I can have here a challenge, I think, with my documentation. Base ordinance, contemplating to do electoral reform. This was one, Okay, with regards to AZ, legislative lawyers, the sourcing of legislative lawyers is a challenge. Is it correct what I'm saying here? Anything done will do is done. Oh yeah, one of the statements was, is government contemplating to do anything concerning the electoral reform, for which an amount is budgeted for the electoral reform? MP hopes it is actually in the budget and not just under the subsidy list. We have a subsidy ordinance and there are guidelines to be applied for subsidies. Those are lacking according to the MP. Okay, concerning the electoral reform, that is also a dream I have President of Parliament, for us to start working on a electoral reform. And the moment we have recruited those legislative lawyers, of course, this is going to be a high priority for them to start with. Report to Bureau Telecommunication for relief in connection with electricity and maybe even water. MP did not see the report. What was government in presenting this report stated to GB? What has government recommended in order to the relief? I said it once already, but I will repeat it. To correct the irregularities in the fuel clause, we have proposed from the shareholder side, after analyzing the report from BTP RAC that has been presented to us, we gave guideline recommendations to the Supervisory Board of Directors to see if we can give a deduction of 6 to 7 cents per kilowatt-hour, and actually that comes to actually a 19% we calculated on each energy bill if we could implement it. And also we gave some follow-up on the recommendations in the report for as far as this concerns GB, and provide a feedback on all the recommendations that has been given further in this report to us, and see if they can give follow-up to it. And I'm saying, or the report is saying, 6 to 7 cents per kilowatt-hour is possible. We have to just seeing the professional analysis of the RAC and the BTP. We follow their analysis and recommendations, and we actually directed our guideline instruction, is a big word, recommendations to GB. So it's now in the hands of GB for us to give the necessary alleviation to the invoices of energy to the people of Sint Maarten.
Prime Minister?
Yes?
In connection therewith, earlier in response to a similar question, you mentioned that report being available to members of Parliament.
Yes.
After publication?
Yeah, no, we can give the members of Parliament. It is a report that has been made. It's because of the intensity of preparing for this budget. I didn't have the opportunity yet to present it, but for us it's no problem to distribute the report that is made by RAC/BTP, to distribute it also to the members of Parliament. Further, the Member of Parliament, Mrs. Sarah Wiscott-Williams, had a remark about a regional and African relationship, what our intention with further working relationship with the region and the African countries. There was also a letter for an invitation for us to go to Africa. Regional and African relations, integration goal of this government. I have initiated, of course, in the first place, closer collaboration and ties with the neighboring islands, such as recently I had a meeting with Premier Whitley from the British Virgin Islands. I am working now with some energy vision with, for example, the French side and Sint Bart's. We are also in working relationship and negotiation with Anguilla. I met coincidentally last week the new leader of Anguilla, Mrs. Cora Richardson. So we are actively also searching the opportunity to become a member of the Organization of East Caribbean States, and or the CARICOM. As we see, for example, the French side became recently a member of the OECS, while Curaçao recently became a member of the associate member of the CARICOM. So I think, especially seeing the geopolitical shifts that are taking place because of the tariff war, I think it's very important for us to start aligning ourselves with the neighboring islands. Also, for African relations, the willingness is very much alive and open for further exploration. So we are also interested, as your question is there interest for us to align ourselves and seek further collaboration with countries in Africa, and that is the case. And there is also any progress with respect to the integrity chamber evaluation. This evaluation is pending because for the evaluation we need necessary criteria to evaluate the integrity chamber functioning. And actually that is now our focus, to work on the criteria to evaluate the integrity chamber functioning in our system. And also, you had the President of Parliament had to ask to provide an update on the new draft legislation banning plastic bags as has been developed first by her, and I think further explored by SMDF. With regards to the plastic bag, plastic-free, the legislation is currently under internal review by the Department of JZNW. It will then be sent to the COM for channeling to the Council of Advice. President of Parliament and members of Parliament, I hope, seeing the amount of questions, that I have been correct in answering all the answers, and I apologize if I skipped one or two questions because of the amounts that has been presented. Thank you very much, President of Parliament.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your responses to the questions by the members of Parliament. And of course, the members of Parliament are now afforded the opportunity to react to those answers if necessary. And I see several MPs requesting that. And I start with MP Doran, to whom I give the floor. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for the responses provided thus far. With regards to the letter that you mentioned was not received by the ministry, I must say that the question was 75 to 80% answered. I did, however, ask for a price breakdown of each of those vehicles. To be more specific, you mentioned 7 vehicles for the fire department, which was 4 Jeeps, 1 Hilux, and I think 2 other vehicles. Can I get a price breakdown for each of those vehicles, please, as well as those for the ambulance? Also, Prime Minister, you mentioned the name of the local company that was used. I didn't hear it too clear. I'm not sure if it's Real Auto you mentioned. If not, can you please provide that again? In regards to the court cases, Prime Minister, I wasn't talking about the Ministry of General Affairs in particular, but I will deal with that with the respective ministers when they come around, because I indeed have noticed a trend where, in my humble opinion, when I read some of the court documents, the defense just isn't there. And now, for me, I'm getting the opinion that because it's a previous administration and the minister has their own sentiments, they choose to not fight as hard as it should, which, through you, Madam Chair, I think that that is a wrong direction if that is the case, and I hope that the trend would change moving forward. Lastly, I must say, Prime Minister, that I'm noticing a trend, and I've heard it once or twice, and I've even heard it now from the public, where complaints are coming in based on how, through you, Madam Chair, the wording that you use sometimes when you address the people of St. Maarten. I heard you mention the poor people being able to pay bills, and I have a little issue with that. So, Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to give you the opportunity to, correct that statement, because this is a sentiment that is flowing out there. The policy with GB should never discriminate, poor, rich, middle. The people of St. Maarten are suffering where that is concerned, and I would like if some attention could be paid in the manner in which you address the people when it comes to words like poor people. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. I continue. I give the floor to MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor. Oh, no. Before MP Irian, we have MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor. My apologies, MP Irian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, good evening to the viewing and listening public, the Honorable Prime Minister and his support staff. Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I notice a flair and a pep in your step today, and that's okay. Sometimes you don't always have to be humble. You can always be proud of your accomplishments, and that's what I heard today, that confidence in yourself. But I'm going to say this, that confidence needs to equate actions, and I'm going to hold you equally responsible come July 2025 if the people of St. Maarten do not receive relief as promised by yourself today publicly for GEBE. The motion was passed. The time for excuses are over. I'm happy to hear that you went through the BTP report, but I really hope that your word will be as gold and you can follow through with the wishes of majority members of this parliament to bring relief to the people of St. Maarten. You see, Madam Chair, I'm glad that the topic came up on GEBE and also the generators. We came back from Panama the other day, Madam Chair, and when we came back, none of the baggage belts were on. People were waiting, and it made me reflect and think, sometimes, do we have a problem with we? When it's a local at the helm, we find every single thing wrong. The untimely passing of the former temporary manager, and then all of a sudden GEBE went quiet, and everything is still far from perfect. When we had the director at the airport, say one, say two, the local, we had everything to say. Now there's a change at the head of the airport. I'm barely hearing anything of the airport. Why are we so afraid of ourselves and have the energy to fight ourselves and not fight together? So I'm glad that these topics came up again. GEBE is not forgotten and will not be forgotten until it's fixed. And we can carry out the goal and the wishes of this government, opposition, and the late temporary manager, which would be to get GB where it needs to be. So again, I take note of your confidence today and your promise as of July 1st, the people will see up to, I don't need that? You didn't say that? Okay, well, you have your time to correct me. As of July 2025, persons will see at least up to 19% decrease on the bills. Well, everybody understood that. So thank you very much. Well, he'll have the opportunity to clarify. Through you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Just clarify. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Utley. The next speaker up is MP Irian. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Honorable Prime Minister, support staff, viewing public. Through you, Madam Chair, the Prime Minister mentioned, and it's a little confusing because other ministers come and they talk about TWO projects. So I would like clarity from the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister stated here today that TWO falls under the Ministry of General Affairs. That would essentially mean that as members of Parliament, when we send questions in writing, because I've also requested information from TWO, the TWO from other ministers, it would essentially mean, through you, Madam Chair, that we should be posing our questions regarding TWO towards the Prime Minister and not towards individual ministers, because it falls under the Prime Minister according to the Prime Minister. So can we get some clarity on that, please? Does the TWO, because when a few of us here were ministers, and I know that we had our section, and when TWO came with us, they dealt with us directly. So is it that TWO is under general affairs, or do ministers have their own section in TWO, and when they come, they deal specifically with them? And if that's the case, then I would really like an answer to my question. Why is the big law? Because every single VSR minister prior, right, spoke about big law being under them. Matter of fact, when you were a member of Parliament and Mr. Emily was minister, even there you referred to the minister and dealing with the big and so forth, where you had great opinions at that point in time, I must say. So the question again is, why is BIC being handled by General Affairs and not by the Ministry of VSR? Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the minister mentioned that the last insurance was paid in October. Fine, I understand, and I love the trend of the administration, because when the government was coming in, it was the prior government was bad, but all we hear now is, but we are doing like the former government, we are doing it the former government, so all you're doing is giving the former government praise in a sense. But the question still remains, when was the insurance paid and has it been paid? I asked very specific questions. When was it paid? Has it been paid? When was the LB signed or MB signed? When? And that's simple. Just it wasn't paid. It has been paid. It was paid on this day. It's not a back and forth. Just a factual date. And regarding the financial statements from SOG, Prime Minister mentioned through you, Madam Chair, that he said it's a very impressive question, which I appreciate. And I'm hoping then, if it's going to be sent in writing or given to us physically, that it's done and for the record, that we could close off this report for the CC, having those documents, so that we could go into the OV with that. I want that on the record, because I don't want to hear it was not a question posed and we didn't get it. I would like to get the information required and post to the ministers in the CC for the report. And in addition, so I would say I ditto the sentiments of MP Duran. It also caught me a little off guard. And Prime Minister, I'll say this, it's not just the MP's words, it's not something personal, and I think he gave a great opportunity for you to clarify yourself, because it's something that it is going around on the island in terms of sentiments of the people. Before it was in press briefing, we hear, oh, the people just about melly, and the other ones, the one, those are poor people. It continuously sounds like that we have been put down or talked down to as St. Maarten people. And you may want to hear it or not want to hear it, but that's the sentiments out there. So I appreciate the fact that MP Duran allows and says, hey, please clarify that for the people, that they don't have to continue hearing this melly, poor people, among others. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. I now give the floor to MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, first of all, thank you to the Minister for answering all my questions. Madam Chair, I'm going to take note of one of the answers given. In scrolling through Facebook, I saw a quote that somebody put up, and it made, in listening to the minister give his answer, it made me think on it. Leadership is about surpassing those who came before. It's about improving. Isn't about surpassing those who came before. It's about improving the path for those who will follow moving forward. In answering one of my questions, the minister got lost in a story he was telling, where he explained that. And I quote, I am getting worried as well every time I see bills come in from 2024, from between 2020 to 2024, as it pertains to insurances, etc. But I see a constant trend, and it's something with the Minister of Asset and the Minister of Romy. Every time they're pointed, something is pointed out of them dropping the ball, the automatic response is to refer to the prior government. And, you know, after being a year in office, it goes from what the prior MP Utley said as confidence to being just weak. At a certain point, you have to stand accountable when you do something. The same way you stand accountable for when you do something well, you stand accountable for when you drop the ball. And saying, hey, I dropped the ball and we're moving on is fine. But to answer a 30-second question, a 10-second question, and a 5-minute answer that has nothing to do with the question that's posed, I think is plain out weak. And I told the Prime Minister this a couple months ago. Moving forward, you know, in the first couple of months after taking office, I understand the jabs, I understand the political jabs, I understand it. But we're a year in now and moving forward, every time the Prime Minister refers to the prior government when he wants to defend himself with something that was not called for, I will also keep doing this. Because Prime Minister, the same way people say the prior government needs to move on, the current government needs to move on as well. So, with that being said, Madam President, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. The Prime Minister, we don't have any other MPs who wish to speak on the topic currently. However, Prime Minister, I want to ask you on a side note, really, the responses being given by the civil registry for persons to obtain a declaration from the civil registry apparently is causing a lot of consternation, given the time that is told to persons that they have to wait before they can get a regular so-called uittreksel. And if you can inquire and inform me, what is the reason behind the long wait? Is it a matter of a backup that, a lot of requests to deal with? Or is it a type of a control aspect needing so much time? That's the general sentiment coming from persons who I have coincidentally met at the government building. And I would really like to hear from you, Prime Minister. One, what's the reason? And if the reason can be helped and the time shortened. That's basically what my question would come down to. So, Prime Minister, again, I mentioned I don't see any other comments or questions. We have had a few follow-ups to your answers, and I look to you, Prime Minister, if it is something, if those are things you can address now, you need some time, Prime Minister, your response?
A few follow-up questions, and there had been a few statements concerning the questions. For example, the latest one that I would have to look what is actually the reason of the delay. There's a question. I will have to come back in for that one. And also from MP Doran, there were a few questions. For example, the breakdown of the prices of the cars. I will have to come back on those ones. On the MPs that made a statement, for clarity's sake, I will start with MP Artley I made a statement that I commit for a deduction of the fuel price. I think if you follow what I've said, a report has been made on my request as shareholder, realizing the challenges of the people of Sint Maarten for the high energy bills that they are confronted with every month. A request was made to the RAC and the BTP. They came with a 40-page report with recommendations. On the basis of that report, as shareholder, if you understand the structure of corporate governance as shareholder, I can direct the suggestions in which in the report stands the 6 to 7 cents per kilowatt-hour. And also, if you calculate that, you come by approximately 19% less in your invoices. These are recommendations and calculation and advices of the report given to the shareholder. The shareholder receives those and is very glad to see that there is some space to do something for the people of Sint Maarten. In the position that you are a shareholder, you cannot go and intervene. If you understand the rules and regulations and the articles of incorporation of corporate governance, you cannot go to the floor of management, of the board of the management, and instruct them, this is what's going to happen tomorrow. I give, as I said, the recommendations as a guideline to the supervisory board. That is my communication line with the suggestions, recommendations, and guidelines with actually a request, a strong request, for please try to adhere to those recommendations from the committee existing of the RAC and the BTP. And seeing my restrictions that I have as shareholder, I cannot instruct the managerial board in a government-owned companies to do what I want, because I have the corporate governance rules that I have to adhere to. But in the way I wrote that letter, please follow these recommendations, because everybody knows that it is very challenging for the people of Sint Maarten nowadays with these high energy bills to actually comply, to pay them. So it's not that I commit that you're going to get 6 or 7%, estimated to be 19%, as the calculations are in the report. These are the calculations done by the RAC BTP. I take it as shareholder. I tell them this is the research that has been done by people knowledgeable on that field, and this is what the shareholder can bring over as guideline instruction to the supervisory board, and then the supervisor has then to take it to the managerial board and then see if they can adhere to what has been analyzed and researched. And I hope, out of my heart, that they're going to follow the guidelines that I have been presenting to them through the recommendations of the RAC. That's one. Concerning the statement made by, or actually a question statement about MP Irion about the big registration, the law. The TWO as such as the NRPB, although it concerns the whole island, all people, structurally and in organization, the NRPB falls under the general affairs. The communication, perhaps at that point, I don't know if you were here, but I explained that there is communication between the NRPB and government. It goes through government, through the general affairs, CC to the ministers. And secondly, it concerns all ministry, but officially all communication goes through the Prime Minister, but in CC also to all other ministers. And the same is for TWO, that TWO falls under in organization under the Minister of General Affairs. But in this case, there are different packages. For example, the financing for a project manager for the BIG and a legislator for the BIG. This is something, of course, that concerns the topic of health for the people of Sint Maarten. As you said, the BIG has always fallen since the time that there was an MP2. It was always discussed with the Minister of Health, and we are discussing this. The time that I was a member of Parliament was 2018. We are 7 years further discussing this with ministers, and until now nothing has happened. Coincidentally, this Prime Minister comes also from the health sector, and it has always been my passion. And at the end of the day, I don't think it's nothing wrong if you see with your background, your passion, that if you can assist your Minister of VSA to see if one day we can realize this big for the country, I don't think why it should be wrong for the Minister of AZ that has already a little saying in the organization where the money is coming from to finance this project, knowing his background and his passion and his real dream to one day realize this big, why he should not contribute in collaboration with VSA to try to one day crystallize this big for country Sint Maarten. That is the two answers. And the third answer that the question state, you had one more question, MP Irion, about the approval. As you said yesterday correctly, I said that I approved it in 2024. I never made a statement of payment of the insurance, and the insurance and the LB was signed the 9th of June 2025. So you have the date also. And the other questions, Mr. Doran, MP Doran, I will, through the President of Parliament, I will give the answers to MP Westcott Williams and MP Doran through writing, if you agree with, or come back, depending what your desire is. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. I have, let me firstly respond to your comment regarding providing the answers to the one or two questions that I had in writing. I don't have a problem with those answers appearing in the response of the government to the report of this central committee. So receiving them in writing, but as part of this process. So that's for me, one. And then I do have some members of Parliament who have other comments to make, and I would give the floor to MP Doran.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, for the opportunity. I just wanted to make a comment, Madam Chair, based on the eloquent explanation from the Prime Minister in terms of how corporate governance really works and how much power the shareholder doesn't have, instead of that narrative being put out there that the shareholder can make decisions. And I'm glad that the Prime Minister finally admit this, because during the January, lead up to the January campaign, and even the one in August, a lot of sentiments from the Marcelina One cabinet was that Minister Duran at the time blocked GB from purchasing generators. So I'm glad that the Prime Minister finally explained this and know that it is not possible, because you have an arm's length, hands-off so-called approach, whereas certain things cannot be done by the shareholder, because I believe that if a decision could have been made from the shareholder, that we would have had relief yesterday. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for providing that clarity so that the people will finally know the truth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Doran. The next speaker requesting the floor at this time is MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honorable Prime Minister, thank you for your clarification. And I just wanted a topic of this sensitivity. It actually means a lot to, I'm pretty sure, all of us. But as someone that initiated the motion, I went outside to listen keenly and replay what you said, and correctly so. You stated that you submitted as shareholder the letter to the board requesting that they instruct management to provide such recommendations. And the first recommendation was the percentage, which will lead to up to 19%. And it goes back to your explanation and exactly what my colleague is saying. Where there's a will, there's a way. And just as if how you answered my colleague Roseberg and said, your Prime Minister saved the day with the generators, your Prime Minister understand that there was an urgency and arm's length was not conducive to the productivity of St. Martin. I am saying now, Honorable Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, the people of St. Martin needs that urgency. Phase 1 was putting us back on track with electricity. Phase 2 was what the inevitable is, the bills. So let us put that same urgency, same stress, and same poise in assuring that the people can see relief. Because come July 1st, I'm pretty sure the picture on the front page of the paper is going to be Luke Mercelina gives relief. I'm pretty sure, and not the management board of GEVE. So let us get it done. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. Prime Minister, that seems to be the last comments on this topic at this point. And is there anything you have to respond to based on the brief comments made at this time? Not. And then when you mentioned the outstanding questions to me, I think you also included some outstanding from, I believe it's MP Doran it is. Okay, MP Doran, would you suffice with the answers which you have not gotten to a few of your questions, that they be included in the written responses from? Yeah, it's the, yeah, definitely. It's in the report of the CC, in which our questions will be posed and government will answer in writing. That's okay. So that's how that too can go, Prime Minister. And with that, then, I want to thank you and your support staff for your attendance here and appearance here today in Parliament and responding to the questions by members of Parliament. Members of Parliament, we're going to adjourn just for 5 minutes to establish the continuation of this meeting and allow the Prime Minister and his support staff to take leave. So I'm going to adjourn just until 10 minutes past 7, as I know there are other ministers ready and prepared to come. Meeting adjourned until 10 minutes past 7. And we good in terms of numbers? Yes. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hereby reopen this meeting after a brief adjournment as we continue the process that we started in terms of having the ministers come in to answer questions posed by members of Parliament as we continue the handling of the draft Budget 2025. And at this time, we have the Minister of Finance with us and her support staff, Ms. Marinka Gums, and who will be responding to questions relating to her ministry, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Justice. So before we start this double ministry answer session, I am going to adjourn to allow everyone 15 to maximally 20 minutes break. And if I look at it now, I would want to ask everyone to start to gather back here at approximately 7:30. And if one or 2 minutes more, that would be okay. But let us aim for 7:30 for us then to start with the responses by the Minister of Finance for her own ministry, to then be followed by the answers of the Ministry of Justice. So this meeting is now adjourned until 7:30. Okay. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back. We continue the answering to questions posed on the draft budget 2025 as received from the government. Several ministers have been here in Parliament responding to questions posed by the MPs, and that is what we continue with. And the next minister here in Parliament is the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka Gums, who will be responding to the questions regarding the Ministry of Finance and subsequently the answers to questions regarding the Ministry of Justice, for which the Minister of Finance is acting minister. Welcome, Minister, and your support staff, and I now give you the floor to respond to the questions regarding the Ministry of Finance. Minister Marinka Gums.
Good evening and thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, honorable members of Parliament, members in the Tribune, listening on radio and tuned in on social media, all under the sound of my voice, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to return to answer questions relating to my ministry and then subsequently the Ministry of Justice to which I am acting. I first start with the questions posed by MP La Cruz. Has the tax office also been hacked like GEBE? Why are businesses that have been closed for years still receiving assessments? Through you, Madam Chair, the tax office was not hacked like GEBE. Several businesses have closed because of COVID or due to hurricanes, but have never informed the tax administration of the closure. What's critical here is ensuring that business owners understand not only the procedures for starting a business, but also the proper steps required to formally close one. The fact that a business has stopped operating does not automatically mean that the tax administration is aware of this. To properly terminate their obligations, business owners must formally deregister with the Chamber of Commerce and notify the tax office accordingly. Without this, assessments may still be issued based on the assumption that the business remains active. This highlights the need for ongoing education and outreach to business communities, to the business community. Through the effort of our marketing and communications team within the tax office, we will continue working to raise awareness and ensure that the public is better informed about these important procedures. Is there any kind of regulation to how much a bank could request in bank fees? Are there any plans for the establishment of a national bank of Sint Maarten, seeing that our banks are foreign? Through you, Madam Chair, at this moment, there is no legislation in place to limit or cap bank fees. The Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten is not legally authorized to reduce or limit bank fees. However, once the National Ordinance on Oversight of Systems in Payment and Securities Transactions comes into effect, the National Payments Council, NPC, will be provided with a legal basis. The National Payments Council, NPC, was established by the Central Bank and functions as a platform for cooperation in the field of payment transactions. It brings together representatives of banks, fintech organizations, consumer associations, governments, and utilities. During its second meeting in December, the National Payments Council, NPC, emphasized that transaction costs for bank cards must be reduced. Question 3, court cases that were pending and lost, and what is the cost, what does it cost the country? The MP claimed that he received the answer from my person, but not from the others. And he insinuated if he doesn't get them from the other ministries, he wants to get them from finance. In the previous 2025 budget, He was asking for court cases that were pending, those that were lost, and those they cost the country. He stated, Madam Chair, through you, that he got one reply from myself and no other reply from the other ministers for these questions, which then could mean that they are not aware, but since the Minister of Finance pays these, can the Minister of Finance provide the figures? Through you, Madam Chair, the Honourable Member of Parliament already acknowledged receiving a response from the Minister of Finance on this matter. To clarify, as it relates to payments, no payments have been made in 2025 by the Ministry of Finance related to lost court cases. When a loan is requested, do we plan how to pay it back, or do we leave it up to our children to figure it out? Is that looked at? Will that project for the loan create revenues, or do we have plans to cut costs to make the 10 million guilder plus back? Through you, Madam Chair, when government considers taking on a loan, we do so with careful attention to the country's financial capacity or its ability to carry debt. This assessment helps us determine the most suitable loan structure to ensure long-term sustainability. As a country, it's essential that we make strategic investments that bring value. Not every public investment will generate direct revenue. Essential infrastructure like roads, schools, and healthcare facilities are necessary and foundational. However, there must be a balance. We also need to prioritize initiatives that strengthen our financial position. This includes pursuing revenue-generating measures such as tax reform and improved compliance. As I've outlined earlier, these actions are key to ensuring that the investment we make today can be supported and maintained in the years ahead. Can the Minister of Finance also show, for example, how much we saved this year by not printing number plates, and what are these funds used for, since road tax is not the right term to be used? Madam Chair, through you, in 2023, we paid 377,168 guilders for the number plates. In 2024, we paid 249,046 guilders and 14 cents for the number plates and stickers. And in the year 2025, we paid 137,684 guilders and 68 cents for number plates and stickers. If you take 2024 and 2025, when we stopped buying number plates together and divide them by 2, the average cost for the number plates and stickers are 194,000 guilders. Compared with the cost of the last year, we did not use stickers. The savings are around 183,000 guilders. These savings, however, are not specifically allotted to any expenditures in the budget. It is just a general savings, which allows for more funds to be allocated to other budget posts. The presentation mentions an increase in personnel van derden. What projects? If so, what does it bring to government's coffers? Not to be given away to consulting friends. What and where are these funds going, and what are the benefits for the country? Through you, Madam Chair, as it pertains to the Ministry of Finance, an amount was budgeted to allow for additional assistance, if needed, to support specific projects. However, since the budget has not yet been approved, no engagements or commitments have been made to date. Are there any cost-cutting measures in place in your ministry, and did we implement any revenue-generating measures? Not talking about since January or February, but since the last year in this government. Through you, Madam Chair, in recent years, the Ministry of Finance has implemented various cost-cutting measures, including limiting the number of vacancies reflected in the annual budget. On the revenue-generating side, as Minister of Finance in December 2024, I signed off for the dividend tax for the Netherlands from the Netherlands Antilles to be converted to the country status of Sint Maarten. This legislation contains a 10% dividend tax. While this measure is not yet reflected in the 2025 budget, preparations are underway to ensure a proper implementation including necessary communication, publication systems, processes, and forms are in place before enforcement begins. Although the national decree is signed on December 20th, 2024, the national decree has to be published in the official publication and the consolidated text has to be provided. The official enforcement date will be announced when the before-mentioned matters are in place and once the tax administration is fully equipped to collect and administer the tax properly. Unlike the tourist tax, which is a continuation and enhancement of an existing policy, the dividend tax is a new initiative introduced under my tenure. While, of course, specific local data is not yet available to support detailed projections, we have reviewed similar implementations within the kingdom. Bonaire, for example, has dividend tax that generates approximately $7 million per year. Based on this, we estimate that for St. Maarten, this measure could yield at least 10 million guilders annually in additional revenue. This is expected to be enforced by January 1, 2026, and included in the 2026 budget. Could you please provide the room tax for February to May for 2023, 2024, and 2025? Through you, Madam Chair, the information as it pertains to room tax is as follows. For the period February through May for the years 2023 through 2025. 2023, February, 491,241. 2024, 1,151,706. 2025, an increase of 14%, 1,309,225. In March of 2023, 1,049,160. 2024, 1,734,681. 2025, a decrease by 16%, 1,450,388. In April of 2023, 1,386,866. 2024, 1,260,955. 2025, an increase of 23%, 1,552,927. And in May of 2023, 1,029,443. 2024, 947,330. And 2025, an increase 21%, 1,149,464. What is the plan for the location next to the receiver's office? As the MP understood, the towing company is being relocated. Madam Chair, through you, yes, the towing company is in the process of being relocated. This decision was made after taking into account the concerns raised by both the employees of the receiver's office and the post office, particularly in relation to parking availability and the general condition of the surrounding area. We recognize that this location is an important point of contact between government and the public. It is where citizens come to fulfill their civic duties, including paying taxes, and as such, it should reflect the dignity and professionalism of our institution. Our goal is to ensure that the environment around the receiver's office is clean, accessible, and welcoming, not only for civil servants working there, but also for the general public. Improving the appearance and functionality of this area is part of our broader commitment to enhancing public service delivery and demonstrating respect for all who interact with these essential services. I now move on to questions posed by MP Duran. Do you fully stand behind the budget 2025 2.0? Is proper due diligence being executed this time around? Madam Chair, through you, yes. As clearly stated both in my presentation and in prior communications to Parliament, the budget currently before you is essentially the same budget that was previously approved by this honorable body. It now operates It now incorporates the 7 approved modifications and amendments. The reason for this approach is because, as explained, it was not possible to incorporate the amendments into the original version due to legal and technical constraints. This revised version was the most effective and responsible way forward to ensure enactment. Can the minister provide expected surplus or deficit? Is this budget still in line with actual projections? For the first 5 months that are definitive, what can we expect and why? Through you, Madam Chair, the projected surplus included in this budget for the year 2025 amounts to 8 million guilders. As demonstrated during my presentation, this budget remains aligned with actual performance. When we look at the Q1 figures, revenue exceeded projections by 15 million, while expenses were 19 million lower than what was budgeted for in Q1. This supports the conclusion that the surplus forecast is realistic based on current performance. Can the minister share feedback from the Council of Advice? Were there any areas to be mindful of? Through you, Madam Chair, in my presentation, I addressed the comments received from the Council of Advice in detail as it pertained to their remarks on the numbers. All other comments from the Council were also formally responded to by government and submitted to Parliament. If there are still uncertainties, I would kindly ask the Honourable Member of Parliament, through you, Madam Chair, to indicate which specific point he would like further clarity on. What is the minister's view on cutting salaries of members of Parliament? Is this something the current government is looking into? And if so, can the minister give impact on 10, 15, or 25% cut? Through you, Madam Chair, the authority to approve the national budget, including any adjustments to parliamentary salaries, rests solely with this honourable Parliament. If there is a desire to reduce the salaries of members of Parliament, that responsibility lies with the members themselves. Given that this is now the second time such a proposal has been mentioned, I believe it would be prudent to bring this matter to a parliamentary caucus. A collective decision among all 15 members would allow for a transparent and thoughtful dialogue on the way forward. Market relief. Is the minister in favor for market vendors relief? What, if any, is the ministry doing in order to assist the market vendors with what they are experiencing? Through you, Madam Chair, based on a letter received from the Ministry of TIAT on Wednesday, June 4th, 2025, we are now exploring possibilities with the Minister of TIAT to see if any relief can be provided to the vendors. Questions 6 and 7. The minister stated that all 7 amendments were fully implemented and that the delay revealed the need for improved coordination. Can the minister explain what new safeguards or coordination procedures are being considered to prevent this situation from reoccurring in the future? And 7, the presentation mentions that SOAB will assist in developing a clearer handling process. Can the minister explain how this process will work and who will be involved and when we can expect the first draft of the policy change? Through you, Madam Chair, as stated in my presentation, I have taken note of the issues raised and brought forward suggestions aimed at preventing such occurrences in the future. These include developing a clear and collaborative framework in consultation with key stakeholders to ensure a smooth and coherent amendment process. While engaging the TWO was considered, we have been informed that their current scope of work does not allow for this expanded assignment. As an alternative, government will initiate discussions with SOAB, seeking to establish a practical way of working framework that involves consultation with all relevant stakeholders. This will include structured discussions with the legal teams of both government and Parliament in consultation with the Governor and the Council of Advice to ensure consistency, legal soundness, and alignment in budgetary amendments. Furthermore, we should collectively consider allowing more time for a thorough legislative and legal review of proposed amendments before they are brought to a vote. Ultimately, the goal is not only to prevent future delays, but to strengthen the integrity of our legislative and budgetary process. Through collaboration, transparency, and shared responsibility, we can continue to improve and serve the people of St. Maarten more effectively. Can the minister specify which areas over and underperform Q1 and how that impacts the expectations moving forward? Through you, Madam Chair, as stated during my presentation, in Q1 of 2025, the actual revenue was 15 million guilders higher than budgeted, while expenses were 19 million guilders lower than projected. While this revenue increase is certainly a positive development, it's important to note that Q1 and Q4 are traditionally the strongest quarters for revenue collection. Therefore, although the 15 million surplus may seem substantial, the ministry considers it in line with the overall budget trajectory and anticipates it will help offset any potential shortfalls in Q2 and Q3. When compared to Q1 of 2024, the expenses in Q1 of 2025 are also 90 million guilders lower. Although it is not uncommon for actual expenses to fall below budgeted amounts, the ministry acknowledges the need for careful monitoring. A clearer picture is expected by the end of July, when more updated financial data becomes available. These insights will be reviewed and reflected in the forthcoming budget amendment. Given that the delays occurred between January and April 2025, what impact did this have on the ministries being able to execute their programs? Was any funding stalled, and is there any backlog that needs to be caught up? MP Duran has referred to an article published by the Minister of TIAT of projects being stalled due to the non-ratification of the budget. Can the Minister of Finance provide clarity and feedback from each ministry as to their current challenges they have due to the non-ratification of the budget 2025? Madam Chair, through you. While I do not have a detailed overview of the operational impact within each individual ministry, I would like to reiterate, as stated during my presentation and in the letters previously sent to Parliament, that in the absence of an enacted budget, the previous year's budget remains in effect. However, it is important to emphasize that under this arrangement, no new obligations can be entered into, no new hires can be processed, and no new initiatives outside of the 2024 budget can be undertaken. As a result, it is reasonable to conclude that all ministries would be experiencing some level of operational backlog. Can the minister explain in layman's terms how the total was not updated during the amendment and incorporation process? What created the ripple effect, and has this ever happened during previous administrations? Through you, Madam Chair. This matter was addressed in detail during my presentation to Parliament on April 14, 2025, and as I explained then, in some instances, amendments or modifications proposed by Parliament suggested changes to specific line items. However, altering one line item often triggers necessary changes in subsequent line items and related tables due to the ripple effect. For full accuracy and consistency, each individual change in figures should ideally be specified within the amendment. However, as previously stated, this level of technical detail cannot reasonably be expected from members of Parliament. In past years, while some amendments also lacked full detail on ripple effects, the process was not hampered, largely because there were fewer amendments. For example, 2 which made it easier to trace and incorporate the changes. This year, however, we face 7 amendments, and without a clear, detailed chain of adjustments, it became difficult, even for financial professionals, to reconcile all changes accurately. Additionally, while minor errors in amendment notes have occurred in prior years, they were typically corrected and agreed upon during the finalization process. Unfortunately, that was not the case this time, which is why we find ourselves in this situation. Therefore, it is essential that we establish a clear and consistent way of working going forward to prevent these issues from reoccurring and to ensure the integrity and efficiency of the budget process. Regarding the multi-annual outlook included in the budget, what assumptions were used to forecast the 2026 and 2027 income? Through you, Madam Chair. As stated during my presentation of the 2025 budget and as included in the budget documentation, the assumptions made for the forecast are based on the economic growth projections outlined in the most recent reports from the IMF and the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten. How has the current regional and global economic instability been taken into account, or were these projections based solely on old numbers without taking into consideration the current economic conditions? Through you, Madam Chair. In the current budget before you, as stated during my presentation, only the modifications and amendments approved by Parliament have been incorporated. As such, the economic growth figures used are those available at the time of compiling the original 2025 budget, based on the most recent reports from the IMF and the Central Bank available then. Soul Beach, what is the Minister's view and position on the event and the related public funding? Does the Minister agree with the claims of TIAT Minister that the event generated $3 million in economic activity, and were there any returns directly to government coffers from this investment? Or was the benefit limited to private sector activities? Through you, Madam Chair, the Minister of TIAT holds the relevant data concerning Soul Beach, and I will defer to her to answer and address any questions related to that matter. From Budget 2025 1.0, I brought a motion regarding Mullet Bay. I would like to be provided with every decision, every action, and every meeting that has taken place since the passing of the 2025 budget and the ENYA amendment until now, which relates to securing Mullet Bay for the people of Sint Maarten. Context, MP refers to the clause that Sint Maarten would have 10 days to secure funds when Mullet Bay is being sold. The MP would like clarity on this. Madam Chair, through you, I acknowledge the Member of Parliament's question and the importance of the matter raised as it pertains to the development regarding Mullet Bay. I must note that certain discussions and decisions surrounding this process are confidential and governed by strict legal and financial sensitivities. What I can state is that the government of Sint Maarten continues to be actively engaged in discussions concerning that matter, and our position has consistently been to safeguard the long-term interests of the country and its people. The clause referenced in the amendment agreement indeed provides Sint Maarten with a window of opportunity should the property be offered for sale, and government is fully aware of the significance and implications of such a clause. While I cannot go into detail at this time, I assure the Parliament and the public that we are monitoring all developments closely and remain committed to acting in the best interest of Sint Maarten when the moment requires. Our faction submitted a letter to the Minister of Finance regarding Carnival 2025 subsidy. In the response we received on March 3rd, from the Minister, it says, on February 27, 2025, the COM resolved to rectify this oversight by adding the subsidy amount for STDF to line item subsidy, budget post 8270, from the Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Traffic and Telecommunication through a budget amendment for 2025. Through you, Madam Chair, the Honourable Member of Parliament referenced only part of the response provided. For the sake of clarity and transparency, I would like to take this opportunity to present the full explanation to the people of Sint Maarten. The question was, and stated, if the payment did not adhere to the provisions of the subsidy ordinance, was a national decree drafted and signed by the governor to authorize this expenditure? If so, I kindly request a copy of said decree be provided to Parliament. Answer provided, as previously stated, on February 27, 2025, the Council of Ministers resolved to rectify prior oversight by including the subsidy amount for the Sint Maarten Carnival Development Foundation under the line item subsidy, Budget Post 8270 of the Ministry of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Traffic and Telecommunication through a budget amendment for 2025. It is important to note that no national decree was drafted or signed by the governor to formalize this transaction, neither in 2025 nor in 2024, when the previous government on April 26, 2024, debited $200,000 from the festival budget post 8240 840 43516 under marketing to provide SCDF with an incidental subsidy in support of the 53rd St. Maarten Carnival celebration. This situation underscores the need for proper procedural adherence. As stated before, errors have been made erroneously for years, and once such issues come to light, it is our duty to acknowledge, correct, and improve going forward. As previously stated, the budget currently before Parliament is essentially the same budget that was approved by members of Parliament in January. This approach was taken as a practical solution to address a situation that was unforeseen at the time. It is important to emphasize that the Budget Amendment 2025 is still forthcoming. As outlined in my letter, this amendment will provide the opportunity to properly incorporate and address matters that have been ongoing for several years. Here we are back with Budget 2025 2.0, and I do not see this reflected anywhere in this budget. So again, are we being set up for failure when it comes to the passing of this budget? Commitments are being made in black and white, and they are not reflected in what we are asked to approve here. Madam Chair, through you, as previously stated, the budget currently before Parliament is essentially the same budget that was approved by members of Parliament in January. Therefore, I would not refer to it as Budget 2.0, but rather as Budget 1.1. This approach was taken as a practical and necessary solution to address an unforeseen situation while maintaining the substance of what was already approved by the Honourable Parliament. I now move on to questions posed by MP Lewis. What has been implemented since 2024 budget amendment to increase fiscal compliance? Madam Chair, through you, since the 2024 budget amendment, the ministry has launched several information campaigns and educational sessions focused on income tax filing. The next public session is scheduled for June 11, 2025 from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Government Building. Members of the public are encouraged to register via the official Facebook pages of Government of St. Maarten and the Minister of Finance. In addition, the ministry is in conversation with SBAP together with our own tax employees to engage in compliance projects to be funded through TEWEO. We are currently in the process of finalizing the compliance projects that will be executed, and these will be forthcoming shortly. A particular area of focus will be on businesses that continue to operate on a cash-only basis. This has been flagged in our internal discussions as we need to ensure that all companies are contributing their fair share. The ministry fully intends to direct efforts towards improving compliance among these entities as part of our broader strategy to enhance revenue collection and fairness in the system. What other revenue-generating activities are being researched by the ministry, and what is the timeline, if there are any? Through you, Madam Chair, this government is actively working to broaden revenue sources. For example, through the introduction of a tourist tax, the legislation for a visitor tax has been drafted, and following an advice report from the SER, the ministry is preparing to submit the legislation to the Council of Advice. Additionally, efforts are underway to modernize the General Ordinance on National Taxes to strengthen the tax administration and improve compliance on St. Maarten. Through you, Madam Chair, as Minister of Finance, I have signed off on the dividend tax legislation, which is expected to generate approximately 10 million guilders in revenue annually. This measure is anticipated to take effect and be fully incorporated in the 2026 budget. What is being done to attract qualified individuals to work at the tax inspectorate and the receivers? Through you, Madam Chair, the Ministry of Finance is currently processing 12 applications received for 3 positions within the tax administration and 1 position within the finance department, following the National Career Fair held in the Netherlands on March 28, 2025. In addition, the ministry has engaged SWABE to assist in recruiting a qualified head of tax for the tax administration. We are also in the process of updating the function book to ensure that roles and responsibilities are accurately reflected and that salary scales remain competitive. These combined efforts aim to attract and retain highly qualified professionals for both the tax inspectorate and the receiver's office. How does the ministry plan to tackle capacity issues that will soon be caused due to individuals going on retirement? Through you, Madam Chair, the ministry has conducted several internal meetings to ensure continuity of operations and to temporarily reassign critical tasks to other senior staff members. However, this is recognized as a short-term solution. To further address capacity challenges, the ministry intends to appoint an interim head of tax office until a permanent candidate is selected through the recruitment process currently being conducted with the support of SWABE. This interim will not be able to take part or be a part of the candidates for the actual position. Both processes are currently simultaneously ongoing. In the budget 2026, more vacancies were included for staffing of the tax office. In addition to this, I have asked Teweyo to prioritize the research on competitive salary scales for the tax office, as this is long overdue. The current outdated function book, along with low salary scales, has been a barrier to attracting qualified personnel and retaining personnel. However, updating the function book is not just about hiring new talent. It is equally important for our existing staff. It allows us to take a thoughtful look at current roles, responsibilities, and compensation to ensure that our people feel valued and motivated. Recognizing and rewarding the efforts of those already serving is a key step in building a stronger, more committed public service. This approach will not only be applied to the tax office, but also to the wages and salary department, where similar reviews will be conducted to ensure fairness and alignment across the board. What are the plans of the ministry to reduce tax burdens on small businesses? Through you, Madam Chair, the ministry is currently holding internal technical consultations to assess possible fiscal reforms aimed at reducing the tax burden on small businesses. While no final decisions have been made, as we are awaiting the supporting data, any measures considered will be inclusive and non-discriminatory, ensuring fairness across the business sector. As previously mentioned, I am looking into a threshold where companies up to a certain amount would not have to pay profit tax. Nevertheless, the data will determine what this threshold should be. Which new tax laws are currently under revision? Through you, Madam Chair, at this moment, the draft legislation to withdraw outdated taxes is at the Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation for a legislative assessment. This law will withdraw the Inheritance Tax Ordinance, the Land Tax Ordinance, and the National Ordinance regulating the levying of surcharges on land tax assessments. Once advice from Zittingsjaar is received, the draft law will be sent to Parliament. In addition, we received the advice from the SER on the introduction of the tourist tax. At this moment, we are addressing the SER advice, after which it will be sent to Zittingsjaar for the first legislative assessment to be proceeded to the Council of Advice. Also, progress was made with the draft AOV legislation to provide relief to the elderly, as this draft proposal to exempt AOV income as a taxable income source has been submitted to the Department of Fiscal Affairs. Recently, the Memorandum of Modification has been submitted to Parliament, which is part of the revised tax procedure legislation, which will empower the audit team, St. Maarten, to perform its tax audits. And then, of course, we have the long-needed tax reform. As Minister of Finance, I have decided that instead of pursuing a comprehensive all-at-once approach to tax reform, we will move forward with a phased strategy. Tax reform involves a broad and complex set of legislative changes, and attempting to implement it in its entirety will take several more years, time we simply do not have, given the urgent need for reform. Therefore, I have decided we will begin by identifying and addressing key components individually. This targeted approach allows for more focused analysis, meaningful stakeholder consultation, and practical, timely implementation of each element of the reform process. However, what is key for any relief, like the reduction of the profit tax rate and the wage tax rate and the exemption of AOV incomes as taxable income source, is having the necessary data to determine their financial impact, something I have already emphasized in my previous responses to Parliament. We are currently in the process of gathering and analyzing this data. There have been some delays in forwarding the tax data for analysis due to the legal procedures that must be followed when handling such sensitive information. Additionally, the tax laws in question were originally drafted by an external consultant under the Teweyo project, and unfortunately, these drafts lack the supporting data required to justify adjustments to rates and thresholds. As I have previously noted, it is crucial that any rates or percentages included in the final legislation are based on sound financial analysis to ensure transparency, accuracy, and sustainability. Since the minimum wage has been increased, are there any plans to adjust the income tax scales to reduce the burden on low incomes? Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to assure Parliament that the income tax scales are reviewed and adjusted annually to align with increases in the minimum wage. Thus, the tax threshold at or below which no income tax or wage tax is levied has already been increased based on the increased minimum wage. Furthermore, addressing these adjustments has always been a priority of mine, particularly in clearing the backlog of unpublished tax tables. As part of these efforts, the updated tax tables for 2023, 2024, and 2025 were all published from December 2024, with the 2025 being officially published on June 6, 2025, ensuring that low-income earners receive appropriate relief consistent with minimum wage adjustments. Has the ministry considered including the items listed in the basket of goods into the list of exempted products for turnover tax? Through you, Madam Chair, based on Article 8, Paragraph 17 of the National Ordinance containing rules regarding a tax on business turnover, items in the basket of goods are already exempt from turnover tax insofar the business owner can provide that turnover relates to the sale of these items. Are there any plans to reduce turnover tax percentage? Madam Chair, through you, as previously mentioned, the ministry is currently holding internal technical consultations to assess possible fiscal reforms. As these consultations are still ongoing and key data information is still missing, the projected tax reforms are not yet ready for public consumption. Once these reviews have been finalized, Parliament will be informed accordingly. The data is key in determining the best way forward for the country. Through you, Madam Chair, this is a question of clarity, as it was mentioned during the previous budget debate that the government would be working with audit team St. Maarten to help bolster tax compliance. However, in this budget debate, there was no mention of the foundation. I would therefore like to know what is the status of the negotiation. Through you, Madam Chair, The discussion with SBAP and RTS are fruitful in the sense that their organization can support the government. Further discussions will follow once the revised tax procedure legislation is passed, ensuring RTS can be empowered to perform tax audits and assist the tax office of St. Maarten. I now move on to questions posed by MP Otley. The Council of Advice refers to a form that must be used to inform Parliament. This form was not included with the file. Can a copy be provided? Through you, Madam Chair, the Council of Advice refers, among others, to Article 88, first paragraph of our Constitution, and indicates that government has to inform Parliament that it objects to the ratification of the Budget 2025, as this does not pertain directly to the Budget 2025 1.1. This objection was sent to Parliament separately together with the new submitted budget. This document has signed off, or was signed off, both by the Governor, Minister of Finance, and the Minister of General Affairs. Was the format followed when informing us in your letter dated March 4th, Div number 5201? Madam Chair, through you, by letter of March 4, 2025, reference 5201J, the government was informing Parliament on the issues pertaining to the ratification of the approved Budget 2025. At that time, it was not clear as yet that the issues would result in a Budget 2025 1.1 to be submitted to Parliament. And as such, at that time, it was not clear that the approved Budget 2025 could not be ratified. The format was not sent at that time. Nevertheless, as stated in the previous answer, this was sent to Parliament together with the submitted budget. Why was this recommendation from the Council of Advice regarding the authorization of ministers to sign on behalf of the country not taken up? There is still no explanation that this authorization must be followed with an LBHAM as per Article 46 2B of the National Accounting Ordinance, even though in the NADA report to the Governor, you indicated that this was done. Through you, Madam Chair, based on Article 46, second paragraph, subparagraph B of the National Accountability Ordinance, a minister can be mandated by national decree based on a national ordinance to give a guarantee. In its advice, the Council of Advice notifies that in Article 3, 6th and 7th paragraph of the National Ordinance, Budget 2025, it is stated that such a mandate can be given by a national decree based on a national ordinance. However, the explanatory memorandum is not clear, as it can be interpreted that such a mandate can be given once the National Ordinance Budget 2025 goes into effect. For this reason, this matter is clarified in the article by article part of the explanatory memorandum by adding the words by Landsverordening through national decree. As such, the recommendation was taken up and incorporated in the explanatory memorandum. Council of Advice recommended that the matter of urgency be removed, as this is all more undesirable since the possibility of review by the Constitutional Court is excluded in the case of emergency procedures, undermining its role in its legislative process and in the system of checks and balances. Through you, Madam Chair, in its advice, the Council of Advice does not recommend for the emergency clause to be removed. The Council addresses in the context of the request for a blanco advice that such an advice cannot be given, as the Council of Advice will always execute a thorough assessment of legislation, and stresses that a blanco advice should also be seen in the context of the legislative trajectory, especially when the urgency clause to have the budget to go into effect immediately will have as a consequence that the Ombudsman cannot bring a case before the Constitutional Court. So to clarify, the Council of Advice does not recommend for the emergency clause to be removed, but explains why a thorough assessment is always applicable. In the amendment from the government in January, which is also taken up in this budget, Budget Post 40, a news section entitled Minister's Legal Costs have been included with a budget of 60,000 guilders. What will this be used for? Madam Chair, through you, I would like to make it abundantly and absolutely clear that the only changes reflected in this budget are those directly related to the modifications and amendments formally approved by this honorable parliament. It is important that there is no misunderstanding. Nothing outside of what was approved has been added. Any questions being raised pertain to figures that were already endorsed by members of Parliament in January. With that said, the inclusion of the additional 60,000 guilders under legal expenses is intended to cover potential costs relating to additional legal support. Specifically, we anticipate that matters such as Mullet Bay may require legal or further legal expertise, and this provision is a proactive step in that regard. There is also an additional 10,000 guilders for representation costs. What exactly will this be used for? In comparison with the unanimously approved Budget 2025, there has been no increase to representation costs. These representation costs will be used for any representation of costs made. Similarly, Budget Post 4010, Minister of Finance Cabinet for Third Parties, has increased by 60,000 guilders. What is the reason for this increase? Through you, Madam Chair, the amount included in the budget represents the projected cost for the year 2025. These funds are intended for matters such as public relations or any specific technical assistance the minister may require in the execution of duties. Is a budget amendment for 2025 still expected? I ask because I still don't see any revenue generating measures here. Through you, Madam Chair, yes, a budget amendment for 2025 is still forthcoming. As was outlined in my presentation, I also mentioned that the current version of the budget includes the incorporation of the modifications and amendments previously approved by this honorable Parliament. With regard to the question on new revenue-generating measures, I understand there may have been some confusion. To clarify, this is essentially Budget 1.1, an updated version of the original budget, reflecting only the approved changes. Any new policy measures, including those relating to revenue generation, will be addressed in the upcoming amendment. When can we expect the 2026 budget? Is it still the intention of the minister to have this budget sent to Parliament on time? Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, the ministry is currently working on Budget 2026, and the aim is to have this approved prior to December 15th, 2025. After delving into all the amendments that came from the government, I also note that there were many amendments, specifically 55 for the Ministry of Justice, 13 for ECYS, another 26 for ECYS, 17 for Finance. That is a lot of amendments. Why? Madam Chair, through you. I am not sure which amendments the MP is referring to or where those numbers come from. As included in my presentation, there were only 7 amendments incorporated into this budget, the 7 approved by Parliament in January, 3 modifications from government, and 4 from Parliament. What measures have been put in place to avoid such errors in 2026? Through you, Madam Chair, as stated during my presentation, having a third party coordinate with all stakeholders and agree on a way of working the solution. Which format is in place for amendments? It was requested and did not get the format. Through you, Madam Chair, I am not sure which format the MP is referring to. If the MP can provide clarity so that I can respond accordingly. Madam Chair, MP Audley posed a question as it pertains to the salaries of the ministers to Prime Minister. I committed to answering this question. Through you, Madam Chair, the increase of ministers' salaries is due to the application of the indexation. As it pertains to the Minister of VSI, his salary indeed remained unchanged compared to 2024. This discrepancy will be reviewed and addressed accordingly in the Budget Amendment 2025. I now move on to questions posed by MP York. What is the current status as it pertains to outstanding casino and lottery fees? Through you, Madam Chair, outstanding casino fees over the period 2020 through 2025 is $9,206,869.19. And the outstanding lottery fees over the same period is $5,970,098.32. What is the outstanding base on taxes from hotels, grocery stores? Through you, Madam Chair, due to limitations in the current tax collection system, which is outdated and requires all data to be queried manually, we are unable to generate sector-specific information, such as outstanding tax balances from hotels and grocery stores, without conducting a detailed manual review. So due to that, I am unable to provide the answer as the MP would have wanted. What is the outstanding number as it pertains to ERFPACT? Through you, Madam Chair, the amount outstanding ERFPACT over the period 2020 to 2025 is $22,472,370.92. Please note that this is outstanding amounts to be collected. Under which category does ERFPACT fall? Does it fall under vergunningen or does it fall under fees? Through you, Madam Chair, leasehold ERFPACT is not a tax, but a property right that gives a leaseholder the right to use and hold a piece of land from someone else. The leaseholder pays an annual or periodic payment for this, the so-called canon, to the landowner. This revenue is taken up in overige baten, other revenue. A couple of months ago, the minister made reference that she found that research had to be done into why Soul Beach left Aruba. What is the status of that research and what are the findings? Through you, Madam Chair, from what I have been able to gather, Aruba has chosen to take a different strategic direction in terms of the tourism market they wish to target. While I had hoped for more detailed insights during my research, it appears that the decision reflects a mutual transition shaping by evolving partnerships and a desire for renewal on both sides. Madam Chair, MP York is requesting all advices submitted to the minister by her ministry regarding Soul Beach. Made a similar request to the Minister of TIAD, but that request was denied. Through you, Madam Chair, I will get back to this when I come to the questions posed by the Honorable MP Arian, who also had many questions on the topic. Multi-year income didn't get the explanation of the added income between now and 2028. The MP saw a difference of 50 million guilders. Can the minister elaborate on that? Through you, Madam Chair, the development in the revenue from 2025 through 2028 is an increase with 46 million, which is due to yearly expected economic growth and the introduction of tourist tax, which also has been taken into account. My apologies. Let me repeat that. Through you, Madam Chair, the development in the revenue from 2025 through 2028 is an increase with 46 million, which is due to yearly expected economic growth and the introduction of tourist tax, which also has been taken into account. Subsidized schools were the funds for the school teachers sent to school boards. Madam Chair, through you, the advice as it relates to the subsidized school teachers has been approved by the Council of Ministers, and the Ministry of Finance is currently busy processing the advice and will subsequently make the payments. In the budget, there were explanations based on the CapEx expenditures for the various projects. If, for example, there is a CapEx project that's going to be executed this year, but completion depends on CapEx to be requested and received in a subsequent year. If that requested CapEx is not approved, then what happens to said project? Can the minister explain? Through you, Madam Chair, I would like to clarify that capital expenditure projects can only be initiated once they have been approved in the budget and the funds received. Any portion of a CapEx project that remains unfinished by year end is carried over to the subsequent year's budget. This ensures that the project can continue without interruption in the following year. Rental overviews, new tourism office. In the digital overview, there is one number and one set of information, but when the information was sought in the physical overview, the MP saw a different rental number and a different one for the building, all from the same budget. Can you explain why the budget in the digital form and physical form give two different sets of information? Through you, Madam Chair. This matter has since been clarified through a formal memorandum of modification issued by the government. In the current budget, the address is stated correctly as Front Street number 28. The ministers of Tiat and Vromi recently had a meeting with the market vendors where the vendors expressed the need for any type of financial relief. Is it true that the Minister of Tiat and the Minister of Finance had a discussion on the matter? Is it true that you said no to any idea of financial relief for the market vendors? Are you of the opinion that the market vendors deserve some type of financial relief, seeing that they were displaced for a year and it affected their income? Through you, Madam Chair, as I mentioned during the radio program, the Minister of Tiat and I have not had a discussion on this matter. I also want to be clear that at no point did I allude to any idea of no financial relief for the marketplace vendors. However, I want to emphasize that this issue will be addressed jointly between the Ministry of Finance and the Minister of Tiat, as we are both committed to finding a workable solution in the best interest of the market vendors where their fees are concerned. MP York posed a question to the Prime Minister as it pertains to tender and procurement. What is the status of that? I committed to answering this question as it is under a project within the Ministry of Finance. Madam Chair, through you, as it pertains to the tender procurement law, this has been incorporated under the SPARE project. The intention is to obtain the necessary technical assistance to finalize the Landsbesluit houdende algemene maatregelen LBM. Before I move on to questions, Madam Chair, posed by MP Ludmila De Wever, I would like to adjust an answer posed by MP Lewis with regards to the basket of goods. The items currently exempted from turnover tax are only the 17 basic items and not the entire 72 items in the basket. As such, MP Lewis, this is something the Ministry of Finance will look into. I now move on to questions posed by MP De Wever. Kapitaaldienstuitgaven, page 40, can be compared to the detailed listing on page 45. Normally, the pages can be matched to the detailed listings except for the Ministry ECYS, which on page 41 is 12,848,186. But on page 45, it is 7,568,186. An overall question for the Minister of Finance in the first section of the Kapitaaldienst, and then the toelichting, what can we expect in the future for any changes in this amount? Through you, Madam Chair, the information on page 45 serves as an elaboration of the data presented on pages 40 to 42. Pages 40 to 42 show the total capital expenditures per ministry. Page 45 provides a breakdown of these totals, distinguishing between capital goods and other capital-related expenses, such as loans. In the case of the Ministry of Education, the total capital expenditure on page 45 consists of capital goods amounting to $7,568,186 and loans for study financing totaling $5,280,000. Combined, these equal $12,848,186, the same total shown on page 40. Similarly, for the Ministry of Finance, the capital goods amount to $33,086,667, and the loans total $82,452,935. Together, these sum up to $115,529,002 guilders, which corresponds to the figure listed on page 40. Can Minister of Finance explain the difference between page 42, where the overall difference of the entire table of the capital gains in $61,725,230 on page 43? What is the difference of this when you go to the two listings showing a difference of $58,710,632 on page 45? Through you, Madam Chair, the amount shown on page 45 is not the difference between 2024 and 2025. Instead, it represents a projection of what will be needed for 2026 as part of a multi-annual forecast. The actual difference between 2024 and 2025 is presented on page 43. There is another breakdown of personnel expenses. When reviewing this breakdown, of salaries per ministry, they do refer to the number of staff, but when looking at the breakdown on page 51 through 60, as the MP, I am supposed to be able to trace those back to the gewone dienstuitgaven from the beginning of the budget from pages 1 through 39. This is applicable for every ministry, as the MP goes to trace, some work and some don't. Madam Chair, through you. The amounts listed on pages 51 through 60 relate specifically to direct salary expenses for the civil service that are directly linked to the payroll. These include salaries, allowances, employer premiums, and similar costs. In contrast, the personnel expenses shown on the other pages include additional personnel-related costs that are not directly tied to payroll expenditures. For example, under the Ministry of VSA, there are expenses associated with civil servant health benefits known as OZR. Similarly, under the Ministry of Finance, there are allocations for programs such as Duurte Toeslag and the VUT. Madam Chair, through you, I want to reassure the honorable members of Parliament we are currently working on improving the alignment of these categories in the 2026 budget, either through more consistent structuring across the different sheets or clearer explanations of the distinctions. This process has already begun, but progress is gradual due to the lack of an integrated budgeting tool. At present, the budget is produced manually using multiple Excel sheets, which slows down the pace of change more than we would prefer. Regarding the presentation from the Minister of Finance, the explanation given on the difference noted from the Minister ECYS was not understood. It was mentioned that it was budget neutral, but more clarification is required for why the difference worked out in the end. I don't understand the 20,000, the 5,000, or the 10,000 amounts. Madam Chair, through you, the proposed amendments by the ministries had to be budget neutral. According to the amendment, an amount of $76,960 was added to personnel expenses, while $91,960 was deducted from materiële kosten, material expenses, resulting in a difference of $15,000, which was an error, as the $5,000 had to be $20,000. This ensured that the amendment remained budget neutral, as was the intention. Rental properties, overheads gebouwen. In the original version of the 2025 budget, it was noticed that the St. Martin Tourist Bureau or Tourism Bureau was missing in the version referred to IS 666. The address was corrected to Front Street 28 with a different amount listed. But in the new version, it may have been overlooked, and now the old address is back in the new version. When the correction is being done again, it should not just be an address change. It actually needs to separate who is in the building across from Fairway Market and who is in the building on Front Street number 28. And also make a mental note that it is believed that there are also inspectors in the BTP building. The reference of IS 666 and IS 1093 were given to Minister of Finance. Madam Chair, through you, the corrected overview of the buildings was mistakenly inserted into the AirFax section before page 77, rather than replacing the incorrect building overview on pages 78 and 79. As a result, both the incorrect and correct overviews appear in the document, leading to confusion. This issue has been clarified through a memorandum of modification submitted by the government. I now move on to questions posed by MP Arian. Through you, Madam Chair. I am proceeding with the questions posed by the Honourable Member MP Arian. However, I would like to state that several of the questions submitted to my person pertain to Soul Beach and go beyond the scope of my responsibilities as Minister of Finance. I, unfortunately, will not be addressing questions that do not relate to taxes or payments made by the Ministry of Finance. Any questions concerning the nature of the event, the type of entity involved, or other operational aspects fall within the responsibility of the Minister of TIAT.
Minister, with your indulgence, I see several members of Parliament requesting the floor, and I would usually give them the floor if it is to kind of clarify or assist with the progress of the meeting. We're not in a public meeting to label the proposals of order, but I will allow you to make a comment that is conducive to the good flow of the meeting. Let me put it that way. So for that reason, I ask the minister's indulgence, and I will give those members who have asked to briefly indicate what it is you would like to say at this time. It needs to be valid, you know, to interrupt the minister. So MP Erin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my it's not over, as you mentioned, but still, as the Chair of Parliament, I am requesting of you if you could sort of bring some order to the meeting in terms of the biggest law that we have every year, the budget. I cannot understand the minister, through you, Madam Chair, mentioning that she's not going to answer any questions posed to Soul Beach, where the Ministry of Finance contributed and paid and made an advice to the Soul Beach. So saying that I'm not answering anything to Soul Beach, I think is very, very unbecoming, and I've never even heard that before. So
MP, let me interject there, because what I did hear the minister to say is that and let her repeat her words, but I did hear her add to, I will not answer except where they pertain to the finances, etc. That's what I understood. And I hope everyone else understood it to be that. Okay, so that's what was stated. So that's, okay, so that is to clarify your point. I did not hear the minister say, I am not answering anything pertaining to Soul Beach. So let me put it this way, Minister, could you repeat what you stated in that context? One. So, and then we continue, and I have MP, I see MP Lutmila on the screen here. Is that, no, that's not, okay, that is not necessary, but I do see note of MP Doran, and that's not necessary either. So Minister, I would ask of you, because I know what I heard, and others here too, but just that we make sure what we all heard. And I ask you to repeat the part about what you can and will respond to regarding the Soul Beach Music Festival. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For clarity, I would like to state that several of the questions submitted to my person pertain to Soul Beach and go beyond the scope of my responsibility as Minister of Finance. Therefore, I will not be addressing questions that do not relate to taxes or payments made by the Ministry of Finance. Any questions concerning the nature of the event, the type of entity involved, or other operational aspects fall within the responsibility of the Minister of TIAT. That portfolio holds the relevant authority and access to the necessary information, and as such, the Minister is best positioned to provide accurate and detailed responses. As Minister of Finance, my role is to ensure that payments are executed once an approved advice is received from the competent minister or council of ministers. Each minister has their own responsibility for managing their budget and the authority to issue advices within their mandate. Once such advice is received, the Ministry of Finance proceeds with the payment. It is important for us to remain focused on the substance of this budget debate. I will not entertain politically motivated diversions, and I kindly request that questions relating to specific ministries be directed to the respective ministers responsible. Continuing with the assignment from Parliament, which is to check to see if the budget is the same or if there are errors, etc. From my view, there are still errors in the budget. Why are all these calculations off by 1 million guilders? That's significant. It's not 1 guilder, it's not $1, it's a million. In the two-listing book, page 7, in the multi-year budget overview, there's a discrepancy in the calculation for 2025. Madam Chair, through you. The Honourable Member of Parliament, Arian, raised several remarks regarding rounding differences in the disclosure book, stating, for instance, that 9 should be 8, 625 should be 624, 609 should be 608, and 496 should be 495. I would like to clarify a point that the Honourable MP, as former Minister of Finance, should be familiar with. In the disclosure book, figures are rounded to the nearest million. Meanwhile, the numbers book contains the full amounts, typically displayed without the 2 trailing zeros behind the comma. For example, if you have 453.3 and 24.3, both will be rounded downward to 453 and 24, which is 477. But when 2 amounts are added, it shows 453.3 and 24.3, which is a total of 477.6. When rounded, this will show a total amount of 478. This illustrates how rounding individual amounts versus rounding a total can produce a small discrepancy. These rounding differences of 1 are standard and have been present in every budget over the past 5 years. They do not signal errors or inconsistencies in the actual budget numbers. It's also worth noting that the budget preparation involves transferring data from Excel to Word for the disclosure book, increasing the likelihood of minor formatting variations. While the documents undergo multiple reviews, small discrepancies can still remain. I want to strongly emphasize that the budget preparation process is fully manual. Every single table in the elucidation book is created individually, and this also applies to the numbers in the budget book. This is a highly demanding and meticulous task carried out by a small team of civil servants who are working under significant pressure. Despite limited resources, they continue to deliver the documents required for Parliament review with commitment and as such and as much precision as possible. It is important that this reality is clearly understood and acknowledged, and for that I thank them greatly. This highlights the ongoing need for a dedicated budget team, one where figures are input once and automatically generated across all supporting documents. This is one of our spare projects, and we are actively working toward implementing such a system in the near future.
Minister, at this point, in whose questions are you right now?
MP Arian.
You're still in MP Arian's questions.
Yep.
Can the members who have indicated that they wanted to make a point, let me know what that point is and in what context they want to make that? I had MP Otley noted, but I allowed the minister to at least finish the part that she was explaining. MP Otley, briefly, what kind of point or comment would you like to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very short. The minister asked for an elaboration or explanation of what I meant by the format. When the minister was here previously, she stated that a format would be, or a template would be created for amendments in the future. So maybe I used the word format, but I would like to correct it and say a template, so that in the future we can have budget amendments that will no longer create this issue.
Thank you, MP Otley. That's a clear clarification of something that you stated. And Member Arian has asked, and I want you to indicate whether that is possible, and if you can specify the questions and that you cannot answer from, and I guess, and now I look at the MP regarding Soul Beach. We're still on the topic of Soul Beach. So if you have the questions listed, of which you are saying, well, these are not my purview, if you can do that, Minister, or if you prefer to do it at the end, but that was the request by the MP. Minister, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I would be able to provide the questions, but I would prefer to do so at the end.
That makes sense, so I would suggest that you continue with the answers.
What is the opinion of Minister of Finance on the value or weight of advice from the SG or department heads or section heads or legal advisors or her chief of staff? How does she look at the weight of the advice you receive from them? How does the minister look at the...
Members, we're hearing the sound of your discussion, so please consider that. Minister, you may continue.
How does the minister look at the weight of legal advice from the Department of Legal Affairs and Legislation? How does the minister look at the weight of advice from the SG, of TIAT, or department heads from TIAT? And how do you view your external advice from NRPB or external consultants? Through you, Madam Chair, I take every piece of advice I receive into consideration, including those from the Honourable Member of Parliament, MP Arian. At the end of the day, however, the decision rests with me. I believe that the more advice and perspectives I receive, the better informed my decisions can be. According to the Minister of Finance, one of the reasons why we have the budget we have today is because the members of Parliament indicated that they wanted to have the budget here as quickly as possible. That may be true, but the members of Parliament never said not to execute it the proper way. In her letter dated to Parliament of March 3rd regarding the incidental subsidy to SCDF for Carnival, the minister indicated that there would be a budget amendment or that the budget that was coming would include this subsidy. I don't remember any MPs requesting that we not include it in the budget. What happens now to Carnival, amongst others? Madam Chair, through you, during the April 14th meeting, I clearly stated that I intended to return with an adjusted version of the budget, noting that the the trajectory would require full review by the CFT and the Council of Advice, which would lead us into June. At that time, several members of Parliament expressed concern that this route would take too long, especially in light of the decision from the Kingdom Council of Ministers. Therefore, in order to shorten the process, we opted for this approach, which required review only by the Council of Advice, who returned their advice within 10 days. Had we followed the original route, we might still have been waiting, and the budget likely wouldn't be before us today. Regarding SCDF, as outlined in the letter referenced, Carnival will be addressed in the 2025 budget amendment. In one of the questions posed by the National Alliance, we asked in particular to be provided all payments above 50,000 guilders. The minister responded that this would be done via the confidential route. Madam Chair, through you, the list has been compiled. However, it currently only reflects submitted invoices, not actual payments made. We are in the process of adjusting the list to include the necessary payment information. Once finalized, the updated version will be shared with the Honourable Member of Parliament via the confidential route by next week. Before we continue to the public meeting of Parliament, can this information be sent to us, since it would then mean that not only Carnival would need to be fixed, but other things that were paid without a ratified budget and also should be included in the budget. Through you, Madam Chair, let me clarify any misinterpretation. Government can and will continue to make payments as long as ongoing operations are allowed to proceed. Additionally, the government has outstanding obligations to creditors from prior years, and those payments are also being made. As previously stated, in the absence of an approved budget, the prior year's budget remains in effect. So let me clarify the following. The budget provides the legal basis for financial commitments and not payments. There is a fundamental distinction between the two, and it is essential that this is fully understood. A commitment is made when the government enters into a binding agreement, such as signing a contract. This action is authorized under the approved budget. Payments, however, are made once the goods or services have been delivered and the agreed terms have been met. For example, a commitment may be made in 2024 under the 2024 budget, but payment related to that agreement can be made in 2025. So this will be paid from the 2025 cash flow, not the 2025 budget. Confusing these two concepts, commitments and payments, can lead to misunderstandings. That is why it must be clearly recognized cash flow is not the same as budget. As Minister, I am committed to monitoring both closely because they are equally important, but they serve distinctly different purposes and function on separate timelines. So let us not create the perception that government is unable to make payments. Salaries, operational costs, and prior obligations are all being paid. That said, a list will be provided next week for further clarity via the confidential route. Ministers mentioned that we cannot pay the justice officers. Through you, Madam Chair, I want to address another topic where politics is clearly at play. Let me make it absolutely clear. The delay in the approval of the budget has in no way held back payments to any justice workers. Funds for back pay were already allocated in both the 2023 and 2024 budgets. The 2024 budget specifically includes the necessary provisions. If some justice workers have not yet received their payments, it is due to pending placement processes, which fall under the responsibility of the Minister of Justice, who has already provided several updates on this matter. I repeat, the delay in the budget has absolutely no impact on the payment of justice workers. Were staff or contractors or consultants that ran on your party paid without a legal basis, meaning without a ratified budget? Madam Chair, through you, the answer is no. Has the government in the last decade denied any entity's request for subsidy based on the subsidy ordinance and stating that we do not subsidize businesses, including requests that fall under the Ministry of ECYS. Through you, Madam Chair, unfortunately, this information request is too broad to find on such a short notice. However, during my tenure, no such requests were denied by my person as Minister of Finance for the Ministry of Finance. Did Soul Beach request for a tax exemption on online tickets only, and was that granted? Through you, Madam Chair, yes, they requested an exemption and no exemption was granted to Soul Beach. Can we get, before the public meeting, the final numbers on the amount of taxes the government has earned from Soul Beach? Through you, Madam Chair, information as it pertains to individual taxpayers cannot be shared. This falls under fiscal secrecy. What is the difference between an LBHAM and an MBA? Through you, Madam Chair, the main difference between a national decree and a ministerial decree is that a national decree is signed by the governor and countersigned by one or more ministers, while a ministerial decree is signed by one or more ministers. And in which cases do we use each of the two? Madam Chair, through you, national decrees and ministerial decrees are legislatively seen as mandates, in the sense that a higher legislation mandates to regulate a certain matter on a lower legislative level. For example, a national ordinance can stipulate that a matter can be granted by a ministerial decree or national decree. So based on the higher legislation, you could determine which decree is to be used. Did you approve this Soul Beach advice? If not, who is the acting Minister of Finance? Madam Chair, through you, as previously stated, the advice pertaining to Soul Beach was approved by the Council of Ministers. Can we be provided with the travel expenses per minister and per cabinet over the past 6 months? Through you, Madam Chair, the cabinet of the Ministry of Finance has 450 guilders travel expenses so far for the year 2025, and the travel expenses for the minister are 0. Can we get a total amount of consultants per cabinet and minister, as well as the budget post per and the total value of those contracts? Through you, Madam Chair, the cabinet of the Ministry of Finance currently has no external consultants. Does the Minister of Finance believe that the government or the Minister of TIAT betrayed her oath, acted ethically problematic, or behaved legally reckless? Through you, Madam Chair, while I understand that this is another politically motivated question, I will not engage in casting judgment or remarks on the actions of a fellow coalition minister. I respect the roles and responsibilities of each minister within this coalition. Was the payment made for the insurance company? Through you, Madam Chair, I can confirm that the insurance company was paid. How much is the cost of the premium? Through you, Madam Chair, the amount paid was $2.4 million. Is there an LBA or an MBA that is attached to this payment? Through you, Madam Chair, the payment is based on a signed national decree by both my person as Minister of Finance and the Governor. In the Minister's presentation, she gave the actuals for the first quarter. I would like to receive the actuals up to this point. Can this be given to Parliament? Additionally, where is the earth voting rapportage for Q1? Through you, Madam Chair, the Q1 report has been reviewed by the Ministry of Finance and is currently en route to the Council of Ministers and will then be shared with Parliament, CFT, and the Audit Chamber. You should receive this in the coming weeks. The figures for Q2 are still being compiled and reviewed. Once finalized, they will be included in the Q2 report, which will then be reviewed, approved, and subsequently shared with Parliament. The deadline for the Q2 report is 6 weeks after the quarter. As such, you will expect to, or you should expect to receive this mid-August 2025. During the presentation, it presented a nice picture, which painted a nice liquidity picture. What doesn't align with the comments given by the administration? The ministries of Romy and TIAT and Justice have stated the government cannot execute because we don't have money. Madam Chair, through you, yes, the additional revenue in Q1 as included in the presentation may suggest an improvement in liquidity. However, it is important to note that in 2025, the Ministry of Finance faces additional liquidity obligations, including the commencement of interest payments on the COVID-19 loans, which amount to approximately 9 million guilders annually. As such, the country's liquidity position for daily operations remains tight and is still not at the level we would like it to be. In addition, as also stated during my presentation, it is known that Q1 and Q4 are the best quarters. As such, Q2 and Q3, a dip is expected. So while it may appear that we currently have additional funds available, it is essential to ensure that a portion of these resources is reserved for the period when revenues decline. We must act responsibly and plan ahead to maintain financial stability. I would like to receive the liquidity positions today. Can we also have the liquidity position January, March, and November of last year? Through you, Madam Chair, liquidity is a very fluid matter. It changes daily. One day the balance may be up, and the next it can decrease due to payments being made. Nevertheless, during the period in question, the balance on the government's operational account fluctuated between 8 million and 38 million guilders at the end of each month. Government is not able to spend the money fast. And when is government allowed to use CAPEX money? And what is the interest on the CAPEX loans? This answer was also proposed by the Honorable MP Westcott. Through you, Madam Chair, in order to execute capital expenditures, the full procedure to pay, procure to pay procedure must be followed. This includes obtaining quotes and tendering the project unless the executing party is already specifically listed in the budget, such as UNOPS, in the case of the prison project. Furthermore, all interest payments on government loans are accounted for in the budget and can be found in Stat E, the loan overview section of the budget document. Can we receive the CAPEX positions of the last 3 months? At March 31st, 2025, 147,946,004 guilders. April 30th, 2025, 147,882,521. And May 31st, 2025, 103,980,911 guilders and 75 cents. While the amounts seem large, remember approximately 70 million relates to GEBE and 15 million to mental health. Additionally, through you, Madam Chair, the Honourable Member of Parliament can refer to page 126 of the disclosure book, which provides a detailed overview of the remaining amounts per project that were carried over into the 2025 budget. As it pertains to the new investments included in the 2025 budget, please note that none of these projects can be executed because the necessary funding is not available. All of the road projects, is that done under VROMI? Is that being executed under CAPEX or under gewone dienst? Through you, Madam Chair, while capital expenditure has indeed been allocated for road repairs, the distinction between which road projects fall under capital expenditure and which under the regular service budget, gewone dienst, is best addressed to the Minister of VROMI. The budget also includes a separate allocation for general road maintenance. Based on the Minister's presentation, a significant revenue is being generated from taxes, but all other areas lagging behind. So why are we not collecting from the ones we have to collect from? Through you, Madam Chair, Q1 showed an increase in tax revenue, which remains the country's primary source of income. Overall, revenue was 15 million above which was budgeted, or what was budgeted, 14 million of which is attributable to higher tax collections. Other revenue sources also came in higher by 6 million. Fees and concessions were 2 million below budget, and permit revenues were 3 million lower. Please note that other revenue may include revenues that still need to be correctly allocated to the correct type. How updated are we with the financial statements of the government-owned companies, and can we receive them, including the financials of SOG? Through you, Madam Chair, a kind request to the Honorable Member of Parliament to please specify which financial statements are being referred to. As part of the preparation of the government's annual report, the Ministry of Finance annually requests the financial statements of all government-owned entities and subsidiaries. Once the specific entities or reports are indicated, we can ensure that they are shared confidentially and in accordance with the applicable procedure. Various questions posed about the prison. What is the cost to put all the prisoners back in Point Blanche? What are the repair costs? Where is the money coming from? Madam Chair, through you, repairs are still ongoing, and this question is best directed to the Minister of Justice, who holds the relevant details. It is important to note that this was an unforeseen situation that required immediate decisions to proceed with necessary repairs. Madam Chair, now move on to questions posed by MP Janssen Webster. During the handling of the last 2025 budget, MP asked about the status of the financial statements of 2022 and 2023. Were these completed, and if not, when does the minister anticipate to complete them? Through you, Madam Chair, the financial statements for 2022 are still in the process of being finalized. The ministry is currently completing the NADA report, which is expected to be submitted to the Council of Ministers soon, whereafter it will proceed to Parliament. The final report for the 2023 financial statements is currently being finalized by SWAB and is expected to be delivered to the government by SWAB mid-July, with the aim of submitting it to Parliament by the end of this year. When does the minister anticipate the 2024 statements, which are due in September? Through you, Madam Chair, as previously stated, SWAB is currently finalizing the audit of 2023 annual report, which is expected to be completed by mid-July. Once finalized, we will begin the compilation of the 2024 annual report with the aim of completing it before end of year. On page 60 of the budget, with the FTE and vacancies overview, and niet begrote vacatures, I think they are switched. Can the minister give attention to that table? Through you, Madam Chair, we reviewed page 60. However, it seems that the information is correct. I now move on to questions posed by MP Roseberg. Madam Chair, MP Roseberg stated serious allegations were made by MP Arian. Laws were broken. MPs being silenced about it is what he stated, according to MP Roseberg. MP Roseberg is not aware of any laws being broken. Therefore, MP Roseberg would like to receive the minister or ministry's response on the allegations made by MP Arian. Through you, Madam Chair, in response to MP Roseberg's question on allegations of MP Arian on laws being broken, I would like to state clearly that I am not aware of any laws being broken. As I've mentioned before, there are long-standing practices that may not have been fully aligned with what we now understand to be best procedures. As we gain better insight, we take steps to improve these or those processes moving forward. In the case of SCDF, for example, that continues to receive much attention, the approach taken was consistent with procedures followed by previous administrations. Once it became evident that adjustments were necessary from a budgetary standpoint, those adjustments were communicated and will be addressed in the appropriate amendment. I understand the political dynamics at play, and I respect the role of meaningful debate in our democratic process. However, I believe it's important that we remain focused on constructive dialogue that moves the country forward. I now move on to questions by MP Westcott Williams. MP Westcott stated, providing an update on the answers given on the Central Committee given Budget 2025 1.0. A lot of answers were given, will be updated. Please provide an update, answer on where matters stand with the motions approved during Budget 2025 1.0, like tax reform and tax reform initiatives. Madam Chair, through you, as it pertains to the motion from MP Myers, discussions with CFT on a technical level are initiated. However, this motion might have a long trajectory as the Kingdom Act not only involves the Netherlands, but also Curaçao. Tax reform. At this moment, the draft legislation to withdraw outdated taxes is at the Department of Legal Affairs and legislation for a legislative assessment. This law will withdraw the Inheritance Tax Ordinance, the Land Tax Ordinance, and the National Ordinance regulating the levying of surcharges on land tax assessments. Once the advice from Yazet and Way is received, the draft law will be sent to Parliament. In addition, we received the advice from the SER on the introduction of the tourist tax. At this moment, we are addressing the SER advice, after which it will be sent to Yazet and Way for the first legislative assessment to be proceeded to the Council of Advice. Also, progress was made with the draft AOV legislation to provide relief to the elderly, as this draft proposal to exempt AOV income as a taxable income source has been submitted to the Department of Fiscal Affairs. Recently, the Memorandum of Modification has been submitted to Parliament, which is part of the revised tax procedure legislation, which will empower the audit team St. Maarten to perform its audits, tax audits. And then, of course, we have the long-needed tax reform. As Minister of Finance, I have decided that instead of pursuing a comprehensive all-at-once approach to tax reform, we will move forward with a phased strategy. Tax reform involves a broad and complex set of legislative changes, and attempting to implement it in its entirety would take several more years, time for which we do not have, given the urgent need for reform. Therefore, I have decided we will begin by identifying and addressing key components individually. This targeted approach allows for more focused analysis, meaningful stakeholder consultation, and practical, timely implementation of each element of the reform process. However, what is key for any relief, like the reduction of the profit tax rate, the wage tax rate, and the exemption of AOV income as taxable income source, is having the necessary data to determine their financial impact, something I have already emphasized in my previous responses to Parliament. We are currently in the process of gathering and analyzing data. There have been some delays in forwarding the tax data for analysis due to the legal procedures that must be followed when handling such sensitive information. Additionally, the tax laws in question were originally drafted by an external consultant under the Teweyo project, and unfortunately, these drafts lack the supporting data required to justify adjustments to rates and thresholds. As I have previously noted, it is crucial that any rates or percentages included in the final legislation are based on sound financial analysis to ensure transparency, accuracy, and sustainability. Tax administration reform. We are currently recruiting a new head of the tax office to facilitate the revamping of the tax administration. The handbook on how to digitalize the tax archive is being reviewed by DIV. Funding is requested to expedite the project. Next question. Overview.
Before you go over to my next question, I see MP Irian want, no? Those who have indicated their desire to speak, is you're lining up already for following? Okay. Okay. No, Minister, I thought MP Irian was asking to make a a comment. So you may continue with your next question, your next answer, Minister.
Overview fixed liabilities expenses within the budget, as there is very little room for investments if we don't change for climate change, etc. Through you, Madam Chair, while a more detailed analysis will be required, previous assessments have shown that approximately 440 million of government expenditures are fixed in nature. The Ministry of Finance intends to update this analysis, as it is essential for informing decisions on tax reform, financial policies, and the implementation of effective fiscal measures. Status on the tourist tax proposal. Through you, Madam Chair, we are currently in the process of making slight adjustments to the law based on the remarks received from the SED. Once those adjustments are finalized, the draft will be submitted to the Council of Advice for further review. I totally applaud this procedure. Please pay attention, Teweyo, to what government finds important. Through you, Madam Chair, I agree with the statement, and the ministry is indeed working to ensure that our priorities are addressed. However, it is important to note that the plans of approach have already been approved by both the government and the Netherlands. As such, we face limitations in terms of what can be additionally incorporated within the current scope of the Teweyo framework. Elucidation needs to connect to the budget, so a better alignment to be provided in the third quarter. It has to change how the budget is elucidated on moving forward to a policy budget. Through you, Madam Chair, please note that this matter, as it pertains to budget improvements, falls within the scope of the Teweyo assignment. The scope is improvement of the 2026 budget onwards. However, certain elements may be partially incorporated into the 2025 budget amendment. I must emphasize that no guarantees can be made at this time. List of subsidies to be provided as an annex to be updated. Please take this along. Through you, Madam Chair, yes, the subsidy list and the SLAs are certainly receiving our attention. Along with the entire budget, we are committed to making the necessary adjustments in the upcoming budgets to ensure better alignment and accountability. Increased vacation allowance, indexation, etc. Can civil servants expect to receive the indexation and vacation allowance? Through you, Madam Chair, as I previously communicated, civil servants can expect to receive their 8% vacation allowance this coming Friday. Last year, I exercised caution because there was neither an approved budget nor legislation in place regarding the 7% indexation. This year, the situation is different. The 2025 budget, while not enacted, was approved by Parliament in January, and in addition, the law governing the 8% vacation allowance was unanimously passed by this Parliament a few weeks ago. It is therefore clear that Parliament stands behind this measure. The current version of the budget being handled is essentially the same one approved earlier, and the reason it has been resubmitted with an emergency clause is precisely to ensure swift enactment. Our aim is for it to be passed and enacted by the end of this month. That said, I will not play games with the well-earned rights of the civil servants. The 8% vacation allowance has been clearly approved, and they deserve it, or they deserve to receive it. While I had hoped the budget would already have been approved, there was a 2-week delay. Nonetheless, God's willing, civil servants can expect their 8% vacation allowance this coming Friday. This brings me to the end of the questions posed and answered. In reference to those questions posed by MP Arian in reference to Soul Beach, that should be answered by the Minister of TIAT. They are not, unfortunately, because I was not going to respond to them as I indicated, unless it had any financial impact, are not included in this document. So if I can send them on in writing to the MP, please allow me to do so.
Thank you, Minister, for the answers provided to questions by the members of Parliament. So those responses and the reference to the Minister of TIAT, where some of the answers are concerned, would then have to form part of government's report to, in this process. So your response to our report of the Central Committee would have to contain that. That's one. So thank you, Minister. And I have several members of Parliament who wish to either react or ask for something to be clarified. And I start with MP De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Good night to everyone. Good night to the Minister and her team and those listening or watching us at this late hour. Minister, thank you for the answers. And I think that maybe you can clarify something for me, which will help me perhaps not be confused, because I keep looking at the original budget, which we had amendments to, or nota van wijzigings, and then I have it in my head that we're using this as our starting point, but our starting point is this budget. So perhaps then when I say that I'm still confused about the amendments that came in on the ECYS side being budget neutral, but then aren't really incorrect anymore, is because this is a new budget. And then that helps it a lot. So I'm going to repeat it again so that you can just clarify that my understanding is correct now. I should stop looking at the original budget from January as our starting point. I should be looking at this document that we received on May 23rd and start from there entirely, so we can actually not even look at the amendments and the nota van wijziging. Is that correct? The recent one submitted, okay, which I will. Thank you. And then I have one more question, and I tried to keep up because that's why yesterday I was saying that it was going to be a little bit confusing with all the numbers coming out. I also appreciate the clarification that you had on the Kapitaldienst and then the greater details that follow it right after in the next section. But there was one item that I was still looking at. If I look at, and I did have it under the Ministry of ECYS, but I believe that maybe you might now, after your answers, be more appropriate to answer it. When we come to the Kapitaldienst on page 41, in the amount of 12,848,186, and then I tried to trace it to the amount on page 45 of 7,568,186. Is that correct or not? Additionally, I also thank you for the clarification on the personnel expenses for every ministry. And then I just want to make sure that going forward, the specifications that we have that I was questioning are not really matching the uitgaven. Is that correct? That was it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP De Wever, for those questions and requests for clarification from the Minister. I continue with the members of Parliament, and I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to one and all, and a special good evening to those that are following us from online. Madam Chair, I would like to start with the first clarification that I have with respect to the budget post 6130 within the Ministry of ECYS. I've been asking for clarity with respect to the Business Outreach Program, the BOP, and I noticed that after adding up all the numbers and even reviewing the toelichting, that there's a sort of a discrepancy where the budget from 2024 is actually reflected when you add up all the numbers, but on page 56, it doesn't make sense. So if you compare page 21 with the budget post regarding to project and activiteiten, which the BOP falls under, it doesn't line up with page 56 in the budget. So I don't know from a financial perspective if some clarity can be provided where that is concerned, so that that could be rectified before we end up, going down the same road where things are incorrect or being not properly referenced. Madam Chair, I heard the Minister gave a few responses just now with respect to the legality of certain payments, which was tied to the question posed by MP Roseberg. Am I to understand that the minister is saying that, yes, you did things wrong, but you didn't know it was wrong when you were doing it, and now that in hindsight, the discrepancies with the payments can be seen or it was noticed? I would like some clarity on that. And I also want to delve into the point where, Madam Chair, I asked about the Soul Beach, and this is my question. On the topic of Soul Beach, what is the minister's view and position on the event and related public funding? Does she agree with the TIAT's claim that the festival generated $3 million in economic activities? Also, were there any returns directly to government coffers from the investment, or was the benefit limited to the private sector activity? Madam Chair, this is a question to the Minister of Finance. The same Minister of Finance mentioned that finance also contributed to the Soul Beach event to a sum of $75,000. So I cannot sit here, Madam Chair, and I'm noticing a trend with the ministers. We also saw it with the Minister of Romy, where they are dictating what they answer to Parliament, and I have a serious problem with that. My question is clear, and it's a financial question. I want to also, through you, Madam Chair, remind the minister that there are 9 former ministers sitting here in front of you. 9.5 if you include La Cruz. The reason why I say that, Madam Chair, is because I asked for clarity on the whole Muller Bay saga. Yet, I was told that there's confidentiality, there's privacy. I don't know if the minister wasn't tuned in about an hour and a half ago when you gave a whole speech on the openness of government and how government is supposed to function and the direction that we're supposed to go. It can maybe be confidential to the public, but it can never be confidential to members of Parliament, because Mullet Bay is something that touches on the heartstring of every St. Maarten, Madam Chair. So please, once again, I would like, through you, Madam Chair, if every document since January to now can be provided in terms of the communication and the efforts made to acquire Mullet Bay for the people of St. Maarten. Because you can say that you want to secure Mullet Bay with your mouth, but if it's not reflected anywhere in the budget, not even a proper plan for an ANPAC, Madam Chair, then it is what I said, we are being set up for failure, because it's no way through you that the government can secure millions within 10 days to guarantee the purchase of Mullet Bay if given the opportunity. And also, Madam Chair, I'm hearing about NDA. If this is the case, can the minister then, through the confidential route, as you explained, and we've always done this for years, provide the NDA so that members of Parliament can have a better understanding? And if we have to turn off the cameras and discuss this, I have no issue with that. What I do have a fundamental issue, Madam Chair, is for me to get the feeling that we are being fooled. And I want to say this to end with this whole Soul Beach saga. Madam Chair, in no way, shape, or form can the minister wash her hands from this situation, because I feel that that is what is taking place. As a Minister of Finance, we are discussing the budget, and the Minister of Finance is in charge of the budget of country St. Maarten, whether you twist it, turn it, left, right, or center. So please, through you, Madam Chair, I would like for the Parliament to be respected and the questions that I pose be answered, because they are financially related questions. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Doran. The next MP to speak on the topic is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, good afternoon to yourself. Good evening, good night, good evening to the Minister and her support staff and the viewing public. Minister, I just have a couple questions to you, Madam Chair, for clarification. I remember a while back I asked the Minister questions. I even sent a letter pertaining to tax holidays. I realized in the letter it wasn't really clear, and I don't think the Minister understood what I meant. That's my fault. Minister, may I have, in the recent meeting, the last budget debate, the Minister said that last year she approved 1 tax holiday, if I remember correctly, and that she had some pending. I would like to know what is the status of those that are pending, what is the timeline for them to be completed, whether a yes or a no, and how many tax holidays did the minister sign off on since the previous budget debate? Also, what are the advices on these? The minister alluded to inheritance tax, the abolishment of inheritance tax. I would like to know when did this process start? When did the process start of the abolishment of the inheritance tax, and when is it slated to be completed? Because I'm missing, the minister mentioned a lot of things that's going to be done, but I'm missing the timelines. So if the minister can attach the timelines to it, I would greatly appreciate that. The minister also explained in detail the outstanding fees for lottery and casinos, and she also, through you, Madam Chair, detailed the outstanding erfpacht. And in saying that, the question as it pertains to grocery stores, etc., and hotels, it was not because of the system is not readily available to be able to differentiate the two, to extract the data from the overall list. So I'll change the question into the following. Is it possible, to you, Madam Chair, if the minister can extract the data of outstanding taxes by individuals, just outstanding, so excluding businesses? So would that be possible? Coming back to the question when I asked the minister, to you, Madam Chair, about her findings on her research on Soul Beach and why it left Aruba, etc., the minister said, alluded to information that she gathered, but I was left a bit perplexed whether or not the minister reached out to her colleague minister to ask that question, because I would assume that was, the answer would just be a call away. So did the minister reach out to her colleague minister in researching this almost $1 million investment? I also inquired about all advices pertaining to Soul Beach that was submitted to her person by her ministry. I would assume, I remember a couple of months ago, the minister sat here lockstep with the Minister of Thiat, where the Minister of Thiat explained that the investment into Soul Beach was partly financed by the Finance Ministry. And I remember the Minister of Finance sitting next to the minister and shaking her head, nodding her head in agreement. So now I'm asking for the advices that the minister received for her share of the investment, and I'm not really understanding the answer. Is it a yes or is it a no? Did the minister, through you, Madam Chair, receive advices for her share of the investment to Soul Beach? And if so, what is the advice, and can that be shared with Parliament, either confidentially or not? But I find it, if it were to not have an advice, I don't want to believe that, because that would be rather irresponsible of the minister to make that investment without an advice. So I would assume that advice is somewhere readily available, and if so, I would like to see that advice. Payment to the subsidized school teachers, I was not really, it was not really clear to me, Madam Chair, if that was in the current budget that we're handling right now. So if the minister can just clarify that, as it pertains to the payment of the subsidized school teachers. And then there was a CapEx-related question when I asked the minister if there's a project that was approved for CapEx expenditure, let's say right now on the books, but half, let's say half or more than half of that project is slated to be completed with a subsequent CapEx investment from a subsequent CapEx year. So, meaning if the monies that's now slated and allocated for that project are used for the project, but the project is slated to be completed with a subsequent CapEx investment from another year yet to be approved and yet to be requested, what happens with said project if there's no CapEx from the subsequent year to be requested and to be received? What happens with said project? And is it then financially responsible to even start the project knowing you cannot complete it? So that is the question. If the minister can give more clarity, I don't know if the minister understands the explanation. Maybe I have to explain it a different way. Okay, the minister says yes, so I'm going to wait on that explanation. And the last one, and Minister, it might seem quite tedious, but there's a reason why I'm asking the question. I'm going to ask it again because I didn't get a clear answer. I asked the minister, through you, Madam Chair, if the minister had any conversations with the Minister of Theatre pertaining to relief for the market vendors. The minister said no. Then I proceeded to ask the minister, did she, in any type of conversation, tell the Minister of Theatre that she is not open to any type of financial relief for the vendors? Now, it may seem like a political question, but the reason why I'm asking is because even today, on my way to this meeting, I was asked by a market vendor, is it true that the Minister of Finance said no to our relief? So I am giving the minister the floor to clear that up. Minister, yes or no, did you say no to financial relief to the Minister of Theatre as it pertains to the market vendors? Yes or no? It's your floor to clear the air on the matter. And if you choose not to, that's also up to you, but then we also leave it up to the court of public opinion on who said what, and we all know how that goes. And that would be it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. And I continue and give the floor to MP Irian at this time.
Good evening, all. Good evening, Honorable Minister of Finance, support staff, viewing public. Through Madam Chair, I realize that, or maybe not, so the minister mentions her purview and her responsibility. So just to make it clear, and based on the law, because there are a few MPs in here that question that asked the minister certain questions regarding the law, so I'll make it very clear then. The National Accountability Ordinance elaborates very clearly on the role of the Minister of Finance, that the Minister of Finance ensures the nation's financial stability, the transparency, and adherence to the legal and constitutional mandates. And so I don't get when the minister states that Soul Beach, the payments are not in her purview. But even beyond that, Madam Chair, the minister refuses to answer my questions, saying that it has to be tax or finance related, but the minister chooses to answer the coalition's answer by MP Roseberg that had nothing to do with taxes or finances. Matter of fact, I had a very similar question regarding the subsidy ordinance and the laws and so forth. The minister refused to answer, but this exact same question, a similar question related to MP Roseberg is answered. So again, what I see here is an administration that is focused on covering up the Soul Beach transfer of funds, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As a matter of fact, the illegal transfer of funds of Soul Beach. Going back to, and what I'll do is, maybe the minister didn't really understand the question, so I'll repeat some of the questions, but going back to the statements of the 2018 book, and again, the minister didn't answer all the questions posed yet either. I don't know if, TDB even have like transcribers, so all the answers are just easy there. In the 2018 book, I mentioned about the resistance ratio. We didn't get an answer there. I asked about the investment discrepancy of 28 million compared to the 22 million. We didn't get any answers there. The minister also mentioned the payments of the subsidized schools. And what's interesting is the minister also mentions that she's only dealing with matters pertaining to her ministry. Fine. The issue of the schools come up, the minister goes in press briefing and talks about the payments to the subsidized schools. The Minister of ECYS comes out and puts an article out that says the school boards have to handle this themselves within their subsidies. The minister today says an advice has been signed to be able to pay out the subsidized schools. So my question here is now, is the amount that the minister is referring to pay out the subsidized schools budgeted in 2025? If so, when we look at budget 2024, which the ministry is already operating under, for example, if you look at the Catholic school boards, it actually has more budgeted than in 2025. So why wasn't it then paid out already? So what was the issue? What was the issue? Why wasn't it paid out since we're operating based off of the budget 2024? Because in 2025, the school boards actually have less money for the Catholic school boards. So are we paying an additional amount, or are we paying in the amount budget of 2025? The minister also mentioned the dividend tax, I believe she mentioned. Where are we in that process of the dividend tax? Because I'm assuming it has to come to Parliament. You have to go through the whole process of CC and OVE, I would assume. So where are we in that process of the dividend paying tax? Has it already gone to Fiscal Affairs, Legal Affairs, RAT, Vanavis, the SER? So where are we in that process? I'm also happy that the minister mentioned the tax reform, that the process the government has chosen, because I saw an article come out recently, and I think this information from the minister actually counters that article. The minister mentions that the government will no longer be looking at the big package of tax reform, but actually will be, I guess, for lack of better words, going in bite-sized pieces and phases instead of looking at one big package that would last 3 to 5 years. So I'm happy to hear that at least. Regarding the emergency clause, I'd like to know that is currently in this budget. I'd like to know, within the last 5 years, how many times have that clause been used and why? So the emergency clause in the budget, how many times within the let's say 5 to 10 years, how many times has that clause been put in the budget and why? The minister mentioned, keeps mentioning politically motivated, and I don't get where the minister's getting that from. So what I would like to ask the minister, because she said she knows that the questions are politically motivated. So my question is, what is the political motivation? Since the minister, through you, Madam Chair, says she knows it is politically motivated, so can we be informed as a member of Parliament that what is the political motivation? What is that? Minister, in a previous meeting, of course, we don't get answers in a timely manner, or you don't come back on time, or the meetings are not called again. I asked, and again, this came from individuals from the airport, on the hard heights clauser that the medical center got. So I would like to know, why did the medical center get it, but not the airport, for example? So what is the reason you would give it to the medical center, but you would not give it to the airport? And what are the risks involved approving the hard heights clauser for the medical center, knowing that it has been, let's say, rejected already in the past? What are those risks? What are the risks for government? What are the risks concerning taxes? What are the risks in general? The minister clearly stated the challenges the government has with outdated systems in the financial reporting and within the tax department. But at the same time, this is the government administration that did not appeal the process for a new tax system. So where are we now with that process? Where are we in the process now with that new tax system? Because we are months removed from that time it was appealed. And did the government or the minister request the Netherlands or TWO to continue with Bearing Point? Did the government request TWO or the Netherlands in any way, shape, or form send any kind of communication that, hey, we didn't go to appeal and we want to continue bearing point. Minister, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Minister to confirm, did the Ministry of Finance, 'cause this is a direct question I asked, did the Ministry of Finance, I'm repeating this question again, contribute to the Soul Beach advice? Did the Ministry of Finance contribute to Soul Beach advice? How much did they pay? And why did the Ministry of Finance contribute to this advice? I also asked, did the government pay for justice workers for Soul Beach? Did the government pay? Because the minister has to approve this if it's above a certain amount. So did the government pay for any justice workers for Soul Beach? What was the amount and what line items were used to pay this? And you know what's interesting is these questions, and through Madam Chair, are not just the questions posed by the members of Parliament. I don't know if the government or the minister, the ministry isn't reading the room, but these are the concerns of the general public. This is probably one of the most discussed topics of the last couple of weeks. So not answering just causes even more of a secrecy surrounding the whole Soul Beach effort. And I'm hoping, and I'm even assuming, that the General Audit Chamber is even listening, and I can imagine we can expect an audit, or we're going to see the differences also in the financial statements that are to come in the future. I asked the minister if Soul Beach, the entity, requested a subsidy. The minister cannot or would not give advice if there's no request. I'm assuming, again, the minister participated in the Soul Beach, so I'm asking a very simple question. Did the entity request a subsidy? And the only reason why I would see the government not answering, because they don't want to the minister does not either want to hold her fellow colleagues accountable, does not want to indicate how or where the money came from. And of course, other vendors or other entities are also hearing the fact that we are willing to go above and beyond, even if it's illegal, to cover up and pay Soul Beach, but not help and support vendors that are doing things the right way. I mentioned which government-owned entities, I'm asking again, which government-owned entities contributed towards Soul Beach? Which government-owned entities contributed towards Soul Beach? What were the total costs? The minister also mentioned to you, Madam Chair, that we cannot divulge individual taxpayers' information, which I agree. But according to the subsidy ordinance, the entity must report on the expenses. So the government gave 500,000, 7,000. The subsidy ordinance requires exactly for the entity to explain how all that money was spent. Can the minister confirm this or not? The minister mentioned in answering MP Roseberg that she's not aware of any illegal payments or the law. Okay, so my question is, was Soul Beach paid legally? So did they follow the right ordinance, the legal basis to be able to get paid? And as MP York stated in the previous discussion when the Prime Minister was here, it's okay to say, hey, this is the way it went, but it can't be, because I hear other MPs mentioning, yes, in the past for other events, yes, but it's the intention, and at least we tried, okay, that's fine, but that's not an excuse for the public to say, hey, we're not going to follow the right legal way to get things done, because it cannot be good for one other person, an American company, a foreign company, but when it comes to locals, local entities that, oh no, we have to follow these strict procedures and more than likely will be declined. So again, what was the legal basis to pay out Soul Beach? I also asked, because this is a COM-approved advice, it isn't the Minister of TF advice alone, it's a COM-approved advice. So what were in the what was in the agreement? What did Soul Beach require of government for the event to happen? What did the government require of Soul Beach for it to happen? I'm just making it clear. Does the subsidy ordinance, and I'm making a general question, not related to subsidy, not related to Soul Beach. Does the subsidy ordinance mention that an entity has to be a nonprofit to be able to request funds? Again, to make it clear, this is not a Soul Beach related question. It's a subsidy question, which also, the Ministry of Finance also has subsidies under them. Is it required to have a foundation to request a subsidy? Is it a requirement or not? I also asked regarding the travel, and I wasn't really too clear on the answer, Minister, regarding the budget post of the Ministry of Finance, the Cabinet, and Minister. Was it stated that the ministry spent 450 gills on travel, or that's the amount left? Because it was a little confusing. So in terms of the travel budget, was it 450 spent or 450 left? I also asked, can a copy of the decree for Soul Beach be sent to Parliament, M-Bay or L-Bay? And I keep hearing, and I was making it very clear, I keep hearing the Carnival situation be thrown out there. And yes, so Carnival was paid by 200,000 guilders prior government, as the minister, you mentioned yourself, out of the festival's budget post, which is a subsidy line item. All right? Second of all, the former government didn't increase the amount. Carnival was typically budgeted at 350,000 guilders. We didn't double the amount to pay it out. And on top of that, yes, I held full accountability for that. I even wrote a letter signed to the Treasury, and we had a calm decision, yes, full accountability. So when I was asked, or asked by Parliament, yes, it's there in black and white. Going back to the Hard Heights clause, can Parliament be sent the legislation based on that, on the Hard Heights clause? And who and how, what the requirements are for that? The minister also gave a fluctuation of the liquidity, and matter of fact, prior to me, MP Westcott in the past had requested government to send every single month, I believe every quarter, the liquidity position of government. So can we get the liquidity, the end liquidity of the last 5 months sent to us? Not the fluctuation, the end liquidity of the last 5 months.
MP Irian, are you?
Almost, you rounded off now.
Okay, could you do it quickly for
2
me,
minutes.
please, because of the battery.
Okay.
Okay, batteries actually, but yeah. So
We
yeah,
run
if you could
top.
round those off for me, please.
For
Thanks.
you, Madam Chair, I'll do that. Yes, Minister. Yes, yes, Madam Chair. The minister mentioned, or keeps mentioning, that she understands that politics are at play. As I said before, I would like to know from the minister, what is the politics at play? Because what I see at play from the Minister of Finance is a willingness to cover up misspending, illegal transfer of funds, which she contributed towards. I don't understand the reason not to answer. Not holding her colleague minister accountable. And and that's why in other countries, the prime minister is also minister of finance, of the weight of the position, not just to pay and collect taxes, but also because you are in control of the whole organization, and holding MPs and ministers accountable is your job. And more importantly, I feel, Madam Chair, the public gets to see how this administration works and is accountable to the finances of the country. And I'm happy, I'm looking forward to the answers of the clarifications, or not the clarifications, we still in CC, of the questions recently posed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. I now have to break before I continue with two other members who have indicated their desire to speak, being MP Otley and MP Myers. And so I'll break now briefly, and we'll see which batteries need to be changed. I'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, and for those still tuned into the meeting and may be wondering about the continuation of this meeting, considering that I had announced at the start of this part of the meeting that we would have had the Minister of Finance also responding to the questions of the Ministry of Justice in her capacity as acting for the Minister of Justice. However, following the questions by members of Parliament, and so far I have one more member listed, this meeting will be adjourned until tomorrow, at which time, during the course of the day, we will have the Minister of Vromi in appearance here, the Minister of Finance on behalf of the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Tiat. That is what the schedule looks like for tomorrow, God's willing. So we will round off the questions for the Minister of Finance tonight. And so with that now, I continue with the members who are going to be speaking. Remember, members, we have had the bulk of the questions asked by members. Based on that, the ministers went to come back with their questions. So there is no need to repeat your questions. These questions not only have been responded to, but will be responded to in writing in the report by the Council of Ministers, by all of the ministers, is where this information is going to appear. When receiving that report, you can analyze that in terms of whether you have received what was promised or you have received the answers to your questions. So with those comments, I now continue and I give the floor to MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening once again to the viewing and listening public. Madam Chair, if one is listening, one would say, this is not a budget meeting. This is a Soul Beach meeting. And Madam Chair, the reasons is that the Honorable Minister doesn't understand quite how this works. The fact that the Honorable Minister is straying away from the question will attract more questions. The Honorable Minister speaks about political motive, and what seems political to me, Madam Chair, is the fact that now everyone is running from the Soul Beach like a hot potato. And my question is, if the Soul Beach was a major success, Madam Chair, thousands of persons would they have run? Because the Minister of Tiat don't pay. The Minister of Tiat do not decide for the entire Council of Ministers. And my question to the Honorable Minister of Finance would be, were you required to sign the advice? When I brought advices, the Minister of Finance signed a court and neither court. Were you required to sign the advice? See, Madam Chair, opposition or not, I have stated I am pro-economic stimulation. I am pro-festivities. However, what I am not pro is a misappropriation of funds. And I do not know if funds were misappropriated. The only way I can find out is by asking the person in charge of the government coffers and the government funds. Now, granted, the Minister of Tiat will be here tomorrow, and we will ask the question. But when it comes to the funds and everything being allocated correctly, I expect that from the Minister of Finance. And that is what I am not getting. My colleague stated in the break, it's like we steal a car together and because I get caught, I have nothing to do with it. No. Now you're going to show whether you stand with your team or against it. Now is when you're going to show that. Because I stand with the people of St. Maarten. But you have to show, Minister of Finance, whether you literally stand with your team, your running mate, your colleague minister, or against. I see you said Team St. Maarten. To me, you're on the same team. All right, Madam Chair. Thank you. That's what I needed to know.
Okay, as we continue with the teams, I give the floor to MP York. MP York, on behalf of your team, you could. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I understood that we'll be wrapping up and basically the minister will be coming back tomorrow to answer the questions posed. Madam Chair, I think it's, the Minister of Finance will be coming back. I think it's imperative. I asked the Minister one question and I really don't think the Minister needs to caucus with anyone or needs a night's sleep to know how she's going to answer it. I would like to remind the Minister is here on her own merit as the Honorable Minister of Finance, Marinka Gomes, and the Minister is here as Minister, which is bipartisan. So I would like to ask the Minister, and I would really like to motivate the Minister, because I'm not here asking anything about Soul Beach. Minister, just know my question is not about Soul Beach. My question is about the marketplace. And I posed the question to the Minister, did the Minister say no to the Minister of TIAT as it pertains to relief for the market vendors? It's a yes or no. And the Minister can choose, in the words of the prior MP, to stick with her team and do the honorable thing and don't answer the question. But at the end of the day, the people on the road thinks that Marinka Gomes, the Honorable Minister Marinka Gomes, said no to relief for the market vendors. If that is not true, I would like the Minister to say no. And if it is true, I would like the Minister to say yes. The quicker the Minister gives answer to this question, the quicker we could get past it and the people would understand who said what and who said no. So if the Minister can please, upon conclusion of this meeting, give an answer to the question, because I will add to it, Minister, the longer you take to answer that question, the more, I would say, funny it looks to the people that are watching. So I would like to implore the Minister, please get it over with and give the people the answer that they would like to hear, whether it's a yes or no. Because the people would like to know. It's not me asking you this question. I'm just a mere representative of the people. So, Madam Chair, to round up, Minister, did you say no to relief for the market vendors to your fellow Minister of TIAT? Yes or no? And can we get that answer tonight before Madam President adjourns the meeting to tomorrow? Just to add to that, Madam Chair, I would like the Minister just to say yes or no. We don't have to go around sinking sneakers, come back. Yes or no? Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. Minister, can you respond to MP York's question at this time? Yes. The Minister can respond. So, Minister, here is how this meeting will proceed. So, Minister, you are going to, based on that very specific request and your admission that you can respond now, you're going to do that in response to MP York, and then this meeting will be adjourned until tomorrow. And I want to add to what I stated earlier in terms of the sequence of tomorrow, because I want to repeat, we will have the VROMI Minister, the Justice Answers, the TIAT Minister, and the part I wanted to add would be that we still would have VSA coming back with a few answers. I just wanted to give that overview for tomorrow's proceedings. So, Minister, before I adjourn for this evening, you have the opportunity, if you can, to respond to MP York's question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening once again. I thought that when I responded to this question posed by MP York, that I was clear. However, not necessarily going sink it, but I will answer exactly how I answered before. As I mentioned during the radio program, the Minister of TIAT and I have not had a discussion on the matter. That's one. I also want to be clear that at no point did I allude to any idea of no financial relief for the marketplace vendors? So, Madam Chair, through you, I think that answer, MP York can now return to the marketplace vendors and state emphatically that the Minister of Finance never said that she will not entertain any financial relief, any possible financial relief for the marketplace vendors. I also continue to state, I want to emphasize that this issue will be addressed jointly between the Ministry of Finance and TIAT, as we are both committed to finding a workable solution in the best interest of the market vendors, where fees are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Gums, for Finance, for that specific answer this evening. And Minister, what are the understanding that I need to get regarding tomorrow's continuation, because there are a few questions that you as Finance also have to provide. And should we factor those in tomorrow? Okay, so that is also going to happen in the scheduling for tomorrow, as you would be here for the justice answers. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, those of you still here with us in the Tribune, and those of you tuned in to the meeting, I want to thank you for staying with us until now as we continue on the budget 2025. I wish everyone a good and safe night, but before I close,
Didn't say what time we're going to start tomorrow.
we are scheduled to start at 10 a.m. tomorrow, but of course, members, that will be also officially communicated via email, as is usually the case for it. But thank you for that, so that that's also known to the public. So the intention right now is that we get started at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Wednesday morning, God's willing. And again, safe journey home to those who are still here with us in Phillipsburg. Meeting adjourned.